So I have some big news for today's live stream. It's not good news, but the good news is that I am doing a live Q&A during this live stream. It really is around any crypto wallet or just crypto security, whether that's Ledger, Tangem, Trezor, whatever it may be. But yeah, we're gonna wait for some people to roll in, and then I will start taking your questions live. And I'll tell you the big news. That's not great news. So let's see. Yeah, if you have any questions, just feel free to drop them in the chat. I'll do my best to get to them. This is my third vertical live stream, and the last two live streams, the first one I had like 700 chat comments, so I wasn't able to get to all of them. The last live stream I did, there weren't as many comments, and I was able to finish them right as I ended the stream. So definitely, if you have your questions, get them in now, and I try to keep up with the chat as best as I can. But yeah, I have some not so good news that I'll tell you in a second. It's nothing, too terrible or crypto related necessarily, but it's just not the best news. On top of that, today is Monday, August 18th. Tomorrow, August 19th, which is Tuesday, is the last day for Ledger's sale. If you're not aware of Ledger's sale, the link to that sale is in the description of this live stream. And they're giving away free Bitcoin when you buy one of their wallets. That's all you have to do is buy a wallet, and you're guaranteed to get free Bitcoin. So if you get the Ledger Stacks, you get $80 worth of free Bitcoin. If you get the Ledger Flex, which is this guy, you get $70 worth of free Bitcoin. If you buy the Ledger Nano X, which is this guy, you get $50 worth of free Bitcoin. Or if you buy the Ledger Nano S Plus, which Ledger still supports, this is not the Ledger Nano S, this is the S Plus, you get $30 worth of free Bitcoin. Again, the last day for that deal is tomorrow. Link to that deal is in the description. Okay, let's see. Trying to make sure that I have chats enabled even. Okay, we do. We got some coming in. Dun, dun. So what's everyone doing this Monday? I'm assuming everyone's at work, but I guess some people probably have Mondays off. Just got to do a couple things right quick before I get to these questions. No. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, if you have any questions about any wallets or about crypto security, feel free to drop them in the chat. Today I'm your live tech support. I will answer anything I know the answer to. And if it's something I don't know the answer to, I'll just tell you to buzz off. Not really. I'll just tell you I don't know. Okay. I think I got everything ready. So, got some chats rolling in. I'll let a couple more roll in before I start answering them. So the big news, which isn't really big news, it just is crappy news, is yesterday I messed up my back really bad. So I can barely walk. It feels pretty good to sit down, but yeah, like I can't even turn over when I'm laying down. Can barely stand up. So the content might be coming out a little slower. Hopefully my back heals within the next few days. But this isn't the first time this has happened. And on a scale of like 1 to 10, 10 being the worst pain of my life, at its worst, it's like an 8 or 9. So I can't sit here for too long. But that's basically the big news that I had to share. Probably doesn't affect you much, but definitely affects me, and it sucks. So anyways, enough of that. let's get to some of the questions here because this is live tech support hosted by yours truly, Mr. Skrilla. So let's start with number one from Ahmed. Hi, question: is storing your seed phrase on a secure password manager good, and where do you recommend storing it? Absolutely not. There have been countless stories of people storing the keys to their wallet in encrypted files and password managers, and it's not uncommon for them to get compromised. The safest way that you can store your seed phrase, the keys to accessing your crypto, is through a cold wallet. These are products that are designed specifically to store secrets, secrets being the keys to your wallet, and they store them offline, usually on a secure chip, which is immune to both physical and remote attacks. That's the only place I'd ever recommend storing the keys to your crypto. Anywhere on your internet connected device, whether it's an encrypted password manager or encrypted file, is not a good place. Then you also have to consider you're not just storing it, but eventually you're going to need to manage your crypto, and you still want to do that in an offline environment. And cold wallets allow you to do that, because cold wallets actually sign the transaction offline on the secure chip, and then it communicates the confirmation to the cold wallet app, which then communicates it to the blockchain. So that entire process is secure. So yeah, Ahmed, the answer to your question is you want to get a cold wallet. That's pretty much what this channel is about. If you have any questions, definitely drop them here. But if you're just starting out, I'd recommend something like Tangem or the Ledger Flex. Okay, anyways, next one. LL said, hi, what's up, LL? Thanks for being here. Abby Reddy said, Ronaldo or Messi. I cannot comment on that because I am not a huge football fan. So yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for Ronaldo or Messi. Dex RP, Pete M, I don't know what that is. Dalat Mia said, can you please talk about Tangem Visa? For sure, I could touch on it real quick. Tangem Visa is going to be one of the first self-custodial crypto debit cards. So you'll be able to spend certain cryptocurrencies at over 90 million different Visa terminals all around the world. Basically, any place that has a Visa terminal, you'll be able to buy whatever it is you're buying in crypto. But the cool thing is that Tangem Pay is what it's going to be called. It's going to allow you to connect any of your crypto wallets to the Tangem Pay card. So whether that's like a hot wallet like MetaMask, or you have a Ledger wallet or a Trezor wallet, you're going to be able to sign a smart contract, which is a digital contract on the blockchain, basically allowing you to spend money using your Tangem Pay debit card. Or you could set up Tangem Pay as its own cold wallet. There's going to be several options. So it's really exciting because it's going to be like, I mean, there are some crypto debit cards out there, but nothing self-custodial like this one that's coming out. That said, it is set to release like by the end of 2025, but only in select countries. The US is not one of them eventually, but not, I believe it's going to be released in Europe and the UK first. And I'm assuming that's because like the regulations that, the different countries have. The US is pretty strict on their regulations now when it comes to the centralized banking system, and then incorporating like crypto things like a crypto debit card. So yeah, I'll definitely keep you updated here on the channel as we get more news about Tangem Pay. But as of now, that's pretty much all we know, is that it's planned to come out in select countries by the end of the year. Fragment said, what's up? Ditch said, good evening. Can we earn internet on USDC or US? Can you earn interest on USDC or USDT in Tangem? So Tangem does allow you to natively stake certain cryptocurrencies directly in the Tangem app, like Solana and a few other ones. USDT and USDC is not one of them. I'm not sure of any wallets that allow native staking of USDC or USDT. You could connect it to external platforms to stake, but I would not recommend doing that with your cold wallet, because then you risk signing like a malicious contract approval and exposing your crypto to online threats. So if you are going to use an external platform to stake your crypto, probably best to do it using a separate cold wallet, or like just get a hot wallet and do it there, which comes with its own risks. But yeah, off the top of my head, I don't know any wallets that allow native staking of USDC or USDT. Hunch3 said, I've already received my ledger. No mention of sales rewards, retroactive rewards. Hunch, I'm not sure exactly what you mean um, by that. If you're talking about staking, you can stake cryptocurrencies in the Ledger Live app. Um, they support staking for like Ethereum, Solana, and a few other coins. If that's what you're talking about, you do that all through your Ledger Live app. LL asks, why won't Robinhood let me transfer my H bar to Tangem? Um, that's a good question. I don't know without having more information. It's hard to troubleshoot that. It's a pretty like specific question. I would ask like, have you ever transferred crypto before from Robinhood? It could be on hold. Um, like what's the message that it's giving you? There'd be a few more things that I would need to know to try to troubleshoot that. LO. Doug Zepp said, transfer XRP from Robinhood to Tangem is asking for a memo tag. Where do I get that? This is a great question. So certain cryptocurrencies like XRP do require a memo tag, but only when you're transferring back to a crypto exchange like Coinbase or Kraken or Robinhood. Reason being is because it needs that memo tag to basically locate your account on the exchange. But when you're transferring XRP or any other crypto that requires a memo tag to your cold wallet like Tangem, you don't actually need a memo tag. It still tells you to enter one. Um, so I would either try just moving ahead with the transaction without entering anything. If it makes you enter something, just put like 6 zeros and call it good. And if you want to test it, just send like a small amount first and then send the rest. But yeah, you don't need a memo tag when you're transferring to a cold wallet, only when you're transferring back to the exchange. And when that time comes, if you ever transfer your XRP or whatever back to the exchange, you're going to get that memo tag from the exchange. When you click receive, it's going to show you your receiving address on the exchange and then the memo tag that you'll need to enter in the cold wallet address or in the cold wallet. But yeah, when you're sending to a cold wallet, you don't need a memo tag. LL asked if it's sciatica. Yeah, so for those of you just joining, I messed up my back really bad yesterday just lifting something, and I can barely walk. Hurts to stand, hurts to sit right now. But it's not quite sciatica. It's like it doesn't necessarily shoot down my leg. It's my lower back, and it kind of wraps around my hip. Um, but yeah, the longer I sit and the less I move, the more it hurts. Um, but I also can't move a lot because I can't really walk. So I'm just trying to stay somewhat active, take a few steps around the house. This isn't the first time it happened. This actually stems from an injury probably like 7 years ago. I messed up my back at work lifting a box, and it's never been the same since. I also have degenerative disc disease, which is like when you have less padding between the plates in your back, um, which really sucks because I get flare ups like this. I haven't had a flare up for years, but obviously, whatever I lifted it wrong, and yeah, again, like on the pain scale, it's like a 9 out of 10 at its worst. And I don't take like a lot of pain medication. I took some naproxen, but I'm definitely doing more natural. I have some really potent like turmeric that I'm taking. So Laura Glick said exercises will help your back. Yeah, yeah, that's the problem is I stopped working out for like 3 months when I had my kid, so I feel like that didn't help, and now I need to get back in exercising. Aim High says, are air gap wallets actually safer than non-air gapped? Could not the QR code or micro SD card be compromised if there is a malicious attack on the computer? Thanks. Yeah, this is a good question. So, in my opinion, and there has been research done by uh, Shift Crypto, who is the creator of the Bitbox hardware wallet brand. You could look it up on Google, like type in, are air gap wallets actually safe? Shift Crypto. They did a whole study on this. Air gap wallets, the term air gap wallet is really just marketing. It's just a way to market wallets as more secure. While there is technically less attack vectors, like let's say air gap wallets don't have Bluetooth or USB-C, besides for charging. Like you said, you could still get malware through the micro SD card or even some malicious data could be transferred through the QR code. So in my opinion, air-gapped wallets are not more secure than a non-air-gapped wallet. And in fact, they can be more of a risk, especially if you're a beginner, because air-gapped wallets are, let's just say they're more difficult to use than like your standard wallet where you could just plug it in or use Bluetooth. So you actually, especially if you're a beginner, you risk making a mistake. Which in crypto, most of like the losses are from user error, not because the actual wallet itself isn't secure. So yeah, I don't usually recommend air-gap wallets, especially to beginners. So that's my thought on air-gap wallets. I think it's mainly marketing. It's not actually a security advantage. Chris Wolin asks, want new cold wallet. Ledger doesn't support base arrow. Ledger definitely does support base. So yeah, if you like Ledger, then I would, go with the Ledger wallet. I think most wallets support base now. I'm trying to see if Ledger, even if Ledger doesn't support base natively in the Ledger Live app, you can connect your hardware wallet to something like MetaMask that supports base, and it's still going to be equally as secure. You're just using a different app. So yeah, you can use Ledger to manage your assets on base if that's what you want to do. Arena Motivation said, I purchased a Trezor and have a question. Okay. AR says, hi, what's up, AR? Arena again, the automatic 24 words generated for the recovery of the wallet are traceable somehow. I always thought I had to come up with the 24 words. I'm not sure what you mean by traceable. When you create a seed phrase using a wallet, you don't get to pick your words. That's not how it works. All seed phrases are derived from the BIP 39 word list, which is a list of, I believe, 2,048 random words. And that's literally what all the seed phrases are made up of. And the possible combinations of seed phrases that you can make from that list is, the number is so large, it's like 1 with 100 zeros after it. So that's why it's so hard to, and basically impossible to guess what guess a seed phrase, is because it's so random. So you don't choose your 24 words. The wallets use something like a true random number generator to generate the seed phrase for you. It's completely random and safe to use, and it's not traceable by any means. Dalat Mia asked, do you need KYC on Tangem Visa? We don't know yet. We don't know how exactly it's going to work. There probably will be some aspect to KYC because you're dealing with banks. You're dealing with Visa, which is a decentralized entity. So I'm sure there will be some aspect. Maybe not like full KYC, but definitely like to order a card, you're going to have to provide your name and, basic stuff. I don't know if like they'll go as far as needing your social security, but I wouldn't be surprised. Felix Graves said, thank you. Your videos helped me a lot, and I bought a hardware wallet after your suggestion. However, as I enabled the Optimism network on my Tangem wallet, I received an NFT that I did not buy. Send there. Yeah, so anyone can send you anything to your wallet. They don't need access to your wallet to send things to your wallet. If you randomly receive NFTs or crypto in your wallet, you just have to ignore it. Unfortunately, it's kind of like how anyone can send you an email if they know your email address. That email itself that they send you could be malicious, but the fact that they can send you an email is not a bad thing. It doesn't mean your email address is compromised. It's the same thing with crypto wallets. Your wallet address is public data. It's available on the blockchain for anyone to copy and send things to. So yeah, if you receive random things in your wallet that you know you didn't buy, it's best to ignore them and leave it at that. Just don't touch them. Let's see. AR says, is there any method to get notification from app that I got a transaction? On Trezor, I don't know. I don't think so. Felix also said, it says I have one at 100,000 SHIB or 100 SHIB voucher and a website. If people can just send scams to my hardware wallet, can I lose my crypto that way? Or only if that website? Yeah, exactly. That's how that scam works. So obviously never go to random links, but that's how those airdrop scams work. You'll get a random like crypto or NFT in your wallet. You'll try to go and sell it or do something with it, and it'll tell you, go to this website to claim your crypto. That website is a scam, and that's exactly how you're going to get scammed. So yeah, that's why I say do not interact with the website, do not interact with the token, just let it be if you can. Some wallets let you hide those assets, like Ledger does, I know. Otherwise, just ignore them, you know. Derek Browning said, already had one flaw with their cold wallets because it flashes the words on your phone. How are you okay with that? I love idea, but I can't wrap my head around that part. If you're talking about Tangem, so Tangem is one of the only cold wallets that displays the seed phrase on like your phone. That said, the Tangem app is designed so that no one, like nothing external can see your seed phrase. And I made a video on this. If you type in on YouTube, Tangem wallet, no screen, is it safe? My video will pop up. And they have so many security features. I wouldn't even say added to the app, but basically they take certain features out of the app so that things can't like record your screen or record what you're typing. For example, in that video, I show my seed phrase on screen, and then I show you that even if I screen record or take a screenshot, when I go and play back that video or look at the screenshot, it actually shows up blank. So that's just like one example of the security features that the Tangem app has built into it. Also, I'm not concerned because it's not a hot wallet still. The app doesn't store your seed phrase on your phone or in the app. It's only displayed long enough for you to write it down. And then after that, it's completely erased and it lives on offline on the secure element chip inside the Tangem wallet card. Plus, Tangem has sold more than 4 million cards since 2017. Never been hacked. You can't say that with other wallets that have a screen, like the Trezor model. Trezor Model 1 was hacked a few years back, and that's a wallet that has a screen that doesn't display the seed phrase like on your internet connected device. So there are other things to look at besides just that. Obviously, if you don't feel comfortable using something like that, then don't use it. No one's forcing you to. But that's just my understanding and the reason why I'm okay using a seed phrase with Tangem. BC said Coinbase Hot Wallet allows USDC interest. Not sure if that's the same as staking or not. I'm sure it's similar, but I don't know if it's the exact same thing. Liquid Dutch said, is there any way to hide Dust NFT from Tangem? Not that I know of off the top of my head. If there is, it'd probably be like long holding the NFT and maybe a hide option pops up. You could try that. Daniel said, I'm glad I transferred from Ledger to Tangem. Not sure why. Both are solid wallets. AR said, before Tangem, I had Trust Wallet. Yeah, Tangem is definitely a huge upgrade from something like Trust Wallet, considering Trust Wallet is a hot wallet. The alternative ending said, hey man, a little off topic, but are there debit Visa cards that link to crypto wallets for daily casual use? There are very few that actually link to like any wallet. But the Tangem Visa card that's coming out will be able to do that. It'll be a self-custodial Visa card. There might be like one or two other on the market that let you do that. But most of the current crypto debit cards are tied to like crypto exchanges or certain crypto wallets from my understanding. So there's not a lot of options right now. LL said, the Robinhood says the HBAR address is invalid. So you're trying to send your HBAR from Robinhood to Tangem, and it's saying the address is invalid. I would check a couple things. One, make sure that you're sending HBAR on the right network. What network is HBAR on Robinhood, and what network are you trying to receive it on in Tangem? If it's not the right network, they'll have different addresses, and that would give you the invalid reason. Also, make sure that there's no like space at the end of the address, because if there's a space, that would actually cause an invalid address as well. Real Dance Hall fan said, I just saw Tangem released. We can buy crypto with Udalum. Are fees low? So yeah, Tangem today just announced that they have a new on-ramp partner, which is basically a partner that you can buy crypto through. I don't know what the fees are looking like. I haven't looked into it, but I believe they mentioned that they're trying to get better fees. So it sounds like they might be a better option, hopefully. That one guy, Jake Clever, said you need to work on your chest press. All right, all right. Yeah, I haven't worked out for 3 months, so I'm definitely lacking. Let's see. Alan says, do you know if XRP is stakeable? So you can, I believe you can stake XRP, but as far as what wallet allows you to stake XRP, I don't know off the top of my head. Let's see if... Yeah, I don't think you can stake XRP. It's not, because it's not a proof of stake network, you can't stake XRP natively on the XRP network. Rylan Stunts donated some cash money. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. Derek Browning, already answered your question. Thank you for the donation. How are you okay with the flashing of the seed words? Hopefully I answered your question thoroughly earlier, and definitely go check out that video. Chris Wolin says, use an ice pack, same problem, L4, L5. I believe that's about where mine is at as well. I definitely need to use an ice pack. I haven't iced it yet. Just been taking a lot of turmeric, but like it's a turmeric supplement that's supposed to help with pain. I've used it before, and it's like one of the best painkillers I've used without, the nasty side effects of like prescription pain medicines or anything like that. So thank you for the recommendation. Someone said, I store my seed phrase on an Etch-a-Sketch. You like to live life on the edge, obviously. Okay. Indiana Pip said, go see your chiropractor. Yeah, I've gone to chiropractors for years, and I have mixed reviews. Sometimes it feels like it helps, sometimes it doesn't. If I went to a chiropractor with this level of pain, I wouldn't do it. Like, it's extremely painful. I don't think a chiropractor would help right now. Probably need physical therapy. Monish asked, hey, should I buy Ledger Nano or SafePal X1? It kind of depends on what you're looking for. Some things you need to double check is coin support. What coins do you plan to store with the wallet? Make sure whatever wallet you choose supports those coins. And then aside from that, just like look at the device itself and which one you would enjoy using more. Personally, I would rather use the Ledger Nano, but I'm a little biased because the Ledger Nano X was the first wallet that I ever bought, so I'm very familiar with it. Where the X1 is more like a calculator style. I also like the Ledger user interface, the Ledger Live, a little more than SafePal personally. So, Seeker7 said, on Tangem, is there a way to see how much you spent on Bitcoin, cost basis, and its current value? So no cold wallets that I know of show you your profit and loss or your cost basis, because that would require you to basically connect the dots for the wallet. So like, where did you buy the Bitcoin? If you bought it on an exchange, you would have to know what exchange you bought it on. So if you're looking to track your crypto portfolio, including like profit, loss, cost basis, all that stuff, you need to use an external platform. Something I've used in the past is CoinLedger, which is also the tax software or the software that I use to do my crypto taxes. They offer a crypto portfolio tracker. And basically what that looks like is you connect your crypto exchange accounts. And then to connect your wallets, you just like enter their receiving addresses. Make sure you enter, all the exchanges and wallets you use. And that'll give you an entire breakdown of your profit and loss and cost basis. And you can use that feature for the most part completely free. So if you're looking for that, check out CoinLedger. Okay, Monish already answered your question, so please stop spamming. Mohammed asked, when will Tangem Pay be released? Word is it'll be released by the end of the year in select countries, I believe Europe and UK, but we don't have a final word on that yet. Red Bull Dip, bot Ledger, but when I went to transfer and deposit Hedera, I had to set up a separate hashback account. Have you heard of this? I've heard of doing that, but um, I don't think you have to do that. I would be curious where you got that message. If it appeared in Ledger Live, then I guess it'd be legit. But definitely be careful, um, like with what instructions you're following and where those instructions are coming from. Ruru asks, "What if one of the cards stop working?" Referring to Tangem, if one of the cards stop working, well, you either have one or two extra backup cards, depending on if you bought the 2 or the 3 pack. So not a huge deal. Also, if you set up your Tangem wallet with the seed phrase, then I mean, you could lose all of your cards or all your cards could stop working and you'll still be able to access your crypto since you have the key to your crypto. So as long as you have the seed phrase, you always have access to your crypto because you could just go and import it into a new wallet. It doesn't even have to be Tangem, and then you could access your crypto. So remember, the crypto isn't stored on these hardware wallet devices or on exchanges. The only place crypto exists is on the blockchain, and all exchanges and wallets are tools that are used to access and manage your crypto. In the case of a crypto exchange, it's a custodial wallet, so they hold the keys for you, which really means they actually control your crypto. You don't. That's why I never recommend keeping your crypto on an exchange. And cold wallets allow you to not only own your keys and manage them, but they do so in a secure environment offline. So. Manuel says, talking about Tangem seed display, is factory resetting an old phone enough to be 100% safe? I don't think that's like a terrible step. I think the most important thing you can do when it comes to setting up your Tangem wallet is one, make sure you download the official Tangem app. Excuse me. You can do this through, if you go through Tangem's website, their apps are on their website and it'll take you to the official link on the Google Play or the App Store. Also, if you're on the Google Play or App Store, make sure that the Tangem app you download says the developer is Tangem AG. That's the official developer. I would say that's the most important thing. But if you want to factory reset an old phone and do it that way, that's not going to hurt anything either. Felix Graves says, thank you. So to make sure I got it right, if I go, as long as I leave the NFT alone and don't go to the website, nothing can happen to my crypto just by someone sending scam NFTs or crypto to it. Yep, you got that right, Felix. So if you ever receive random crypto or NFT airdrops in your wallet that you know you didn't buy, that doesn't compromise the wallet in any way. It doesn't mean your wallet's not secure. It just means that people have your receiving address, which they can get on the blockchain and send you crap, just like I could send you a spam email if I have your email address. So there's no risk of simply having that in your wallet. Just don't interact with those assets. Your boy said, thoughts on Algorand's Para wallet? Don't have any thoughts because I don't know about it. Larry Howell said, just got Tangem transferred from Coinbase to Tangem, didn't ask for seed phrase. Larry, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. Are you talking about when you set up your Tangem wallet, it didn't ask you to create a seed phrase, or you did set up your Tangem wallet with a seed phrase and you're saying it didn't ask you for a seed phrase when you sent the crypto? To be very clear, when you send crypto from Coinbase or anywhere to a wallet, you don't need to confirm the transaction on the receiving wallet. You only confirm it wherever you're sending it from. So the only time you use a seed phrase also is when you recover a wallet. You don't use it to confirm transactions. It's like sending an email. I can send you an email if I have your email address. I don't have to have access to your email account to send you an email. That's the same for crypto. Hopefully that kind of answered your question. JT said, good day. Can you ask Tangem to add a feature where we can see our unrealized profit total returns so we can track our progress? Yeah, again, I don't think this is something like very feasible for wallets to add because it would require a lot of work from the user. You'd have to go and connect all your wallet accounts, all your crypto exchanges. Like it could be done. I just don't think it would be a very user-friendly option, at least how it works today. I'm not saying it's impossible or that it won't happen. I just don't think it's realistic where we're at in crypto right now. So if you want to track your profit and loss, you're going to have to use an external platform like Coin Ledger. Same thing for Southern Bell, profit and loss. You can't do that on the wallet. You just kind of have to understand how the blockchain works. Like to see your profit and loss, your wallet would have to know like your entire transaction history. And most wallets, a lot of people will buy crypto on an exchange and then send it to their wallet, and it doesn't or how much you bought it for. So there would be no way that it could display your profit and loss data. So yeah. Thomas says, transaction in limbo between Trezor address to Trezor address. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I would need a little more info to try to help you. BC said, I've had 3 surgeries on my L4, L5. I hope I don't have to ever have back surgery. I'd be curious to know how that's worked for you, if you thought it was worth it. But I'm hoping through like exercise, diet, just living a healthier lifestyle and, proper lifting, I can protect my back. Off XCV said, should I get Ledger Wallet or Trezor since I already use Exodus? I still want to use it. I mean, both will work with Exodus. I would look at coin support. What coins do you want to support or do you want to hold with the wallet? Make sure that Trezor or Ledger holds both of those. I guess it won't matter since you can use Exodus to manage them. So really it would just come down to like what user interface maybe you want to use. For me, I really like Ledger Live. Trezor is mainly a desktop wallet, so you have to use Trezor for the most part with your desktop computer. You can use it with your Android mobile device, but Ledger is really designed to be used on either desktop or your mobile device, iPhone, Android, Mac, Windows, Linux. So it kind of depends on what you're after. The cool thing about Ledger is you can also do firmware updates using Bluetooth through your mobile device. Whereas with Trezor, you're going to have to do it all through your desktop. So definitely things to consider. I will say for anyone who's just joining or who's been here for a while, Ledger is having the biggest deal they've ever had. Tomorrow's the last day to take advantage of it. And the link to the deal that I'm about to tell you is in the description of this live stream. But if you buy a Ledger Stacks wallet, you get $80 in free Bitcoin. If you buy a Ledger Flex wallet, which is my personal favorite Ledger wallet, this one right here, you get $70 in free Bitcoin. If you buy the Ledger Nano X, you get $50 in free Bitcoin. Or if you buy the Ledger Nano S Plus, this little guy, you get $30 in free Bitcoin. And that deal ends tomorrow. Well, I guess tomorrow's the last day. One thing I forgot to mention, if you haven't heard of the Ledger Recovery Key, this works with the Ledger Stacks and Ledger Flex models. This is an NFC card. And basically what it does is it allows you to securely copy your seed phrase onto the card by simply scanning it. And what that does is instead of having to enter your seed phrase on your Ledger wallet when you go to recover it, all you have to do is choose the recovery key option, and then you'll hold it up, enter your PIN code for the recovery key, and it'll allow you to recover your wallet without having to enter your seed phrase, which is great because, one, you don't have to risk exposing your seed phrase by bringing it out of wherever you have it stored. Two, it's just a lot more convenient than having to enter 24 words because you can just scan it. And also, there's no security risk in backing up your seed phrase to this card. Like I said, it is PIN protected, and after 3 failed PIN attempts, the card is completely erased. So if someone was trying to, gain access to it, after 3 failed attempts, this card is completely erased. This alone is $40, but when you buy the Ledger Stacks or Flex wallet, you get one of these for free, and you really only need one. Unless you want more, you could buy more. So not only are you getting the $80 or $70 worth of free Bitcoin, but you also get this $40 Ledger Recovery Key for free. Even after this deal is over, the Ledger Flex and Stacks models will always come with a recovery key from now on, which is super cool. It just makes using the wallet a lot more convenient. Unfortunately, you can't use the recovery key with the Nano X or Nano S model, Nano S Plus model, because they don't have NFC. So we'll only work with the Ledger Stacks, and Ledger Flex. And again, the link to those deals are in the description of this video. And that deal, tomorrow's the last day. LL said, add omega-3. Definitely need to add some omega-3. I'm taking 10 grams of creatine. I just started that again because I just started working out. But now I can't work out because my back is messed up. So if I can walk around the house for 10 minutes and do like 3 sets of stretches, then that's like a big win for me at this point. Okay, I'm going to block this person because it's pretty weird. Put them in timeout. Okay. Aaron Ruther said, will Tangem ever have the ability to connect to a personal node? That, I don't know. I doubt it. Tangem is a very beginner-focused wallet. I don't know if connecting to a node is something very beginner-focused, unless they can make it somehow streamlined where it's really easy. 6 String said, my wife bought me a BV Vault, I think you meant BC Vault 1 cold wallet a while back, but never used it. Are they still good? Any risk with them? So BC Vault, they have a good reputation, and I own one myself. I don't use it though. I'm not a huge fan of how the keys are stored. Like, you don't get a seed phrase. And I'm just not a fan of using a wallet without a seed phrase. So that's kind of my opinion. Felix Grave says, is it safe to use coin trackers? Do I want them to know all the coins I buy and have full insight on all the transactions I do? Like, simply knowing your transactions isn't a risk, in my opinion. Like, it's not going to give them access to your wallet. And all the data is already public anyways. Every single transaction you do in crypto, unless you're using like Monero, like a privacy network, anyone can view it. Like, Felix, if I had your wallet address, I could type it in on my computer right now and I could go look at your entire balance in your wallet and see every transaction that you've ever done. I can see all the wallet addresses that you've ever interacted with. So it's not like this is private data. Like, everything on the blockchain is public. So using a tool to just aggregate that data isn't necessarily a risk. So not something I'd be worried about. Lucas77 said, most secure wallet. Most secure, that's tough to say. Like, I can't tell you the most secure wallet. I just have my personal favorites. But there's a lot of things to consider when buying a wallet. Security, obviously, because like that's the reason we use cold wallets. But second to security is usability, user friendliness, and your experience level. Like, if you've never used a cold wallet before, you probably wouldn't want to go and get something like the Keystone 3 Pro, which is air gapped, and you have to, scan QR codes using a camera, and it's too complicated for a beginner. So aside from just like security itself, you also want to look at the user interface. That's why I recommend Tangem so much, because a lot of my audience here are beginners. And also, Tangem's just like a really enjoyable wallet to use. Like, I actually enjoy using it, even though I've been doing this for 6 years. So yeah, most secure wallet, I don't know. My top 3 wallet brands, personally, I would say would be, like, in no specific order. I'll do top 5. Tangem, Ledger, Trezor, OneKey, probably Engrave would be my top 5. But again, it really comes down to, like, it's more than just how secure the wallet is. You got to look at the user interface and consider your experience level, things like that. LL said, is 12-word seed phrase secure enough? Yeah, 12-word seed phrase is secure enough. Sure. But when people ask that question, I just wonder, like, why not use a 24-word seed phrase if you're getting more security out of it? I don't know. Like, I don't think there's an issue with using a 12-word seed phrase, but if I had an option to use a 12 or 24-word seed phrase, I'm going to choose 24 every single time. LT Man said, hello from Chicago. What's up, Chicago? Your suggestion, Tangem or Ledger Stacks? Okay. It depends. Tangem is mobile only, so consider that. It'll only work on iOS and Android mobile devices with full NFC support, which is the same technology that you use at for Apple Pay or for scanning your phone at the store. So if you're okay using just your phone and you want the most user-friendly cold wallet on the market, I would say Tangem. If you want a mix of like desktop and mobile use, the Stacks is going to be great for that because you can use it on any desktop device or any mobile device using Bluetooth or the USB-C connection. And specifically with the Ledger Stacks and Flex models, Ledger designed them for beginners and advanced users alike. But let's say this is your first cold wallet. When you initially set up your Ledger wallet, it literally tells you what you're doing each step and why you're doing it and why it's so important. So it's like a quick little like 101 on why you're setting up the wallet and why your steps are so secure, which I really like about the new Ledger models. I don't think you can go wrong with either one. The other thing you want to consider is coin support. Make sure whichever one you go with supports the tokens that you want to hold. And you can check all this on their websites. Tangem's coin support is on their main page. If you just go to tangem.com, scroll down to like halfway down the page, there will be a coin support section. Ledger also has a coin support section. You could probably just type it in on Google. So yeah, you can't go wrong with either one. Obviously, the price difference is pretty big too. Ledger Stacks is like $400, I think. A set of 3 Tangem cards is $60. So it just depends. Again, there is that deal on Ledger right now. If you buy the Ledger Stacks, you get $80 worth of free Bitcoin. So there is that to consider as well. And if you want to check out that deal, the link is in the description of this video. Also, if you're buying any wallet on the market, with the exception of Ledger, where you just have to use a link to get the deal, but basically any other hardware wallet that you consider buying, just try typing in the code Cyberskrilla, all one word, and you're probably going to get some kind of discount. I've communicated to every wallet company that I can to try to get everyone discounts, and I always fight for the highest discount. So yeah, like Keystone, Tangem, OneKey, LEPAL, they should all give you some kind of discount if you enter Cyberskrilla at checkout. So yeah, just a heads up. Jeff D said, for lower back pain L area, look up Sias videos and how to floss release. Worth your time to YouTube search. Okay, I'm going to type that into my browser right now. Thank you, Jeff. I'll definitely check that out after this live stream. But you said Kelly Starrett. Let me make sure I get her in there. Cool. I pulled her up on YouTube and I will check those videos out. Thank you, Jeff. Adi Adi said, greetings from Romania. Which one would you choose between Trezor Safe 5, Bitbox 02 Nova, or Ledger Flex? Thanks for your answer. I don't have anything specifically against Bitbox. It's just not my favorite wallet to use, like from a usability standpoint. So I'd put that last on my list. Trezor Safe 5 is great. The touchscreen is a little smaller than the Flex. However, it does have a backlight, so that's a bonus. But again, Trezor is mainly a desktop wallet. It also doesn't have a battery. So if you're okay with not having to charge it, which some people like, some people don't like, and if you're okay having to use your desktop device with it, then the Trezor Safe 5 is a good option. But if you want to use your wallet with your mobile device and your computer, and you want a rechargeable battery so that you could use it like on the go with your phone, then you would go with the Ledger Flex. Let's see, the Trezor Safe 5, what is the price of that right now? I think it's like 180. Because so the Trezor Safe 5 is 170 bucks. Because price is always something to consider depending on your, what you want. So the Safe 5 is 170 bucks, or you could get the Flex for 250 bucks. but you also get that $70 worth of free Bitcoin when you buy the Flex, which would essentially bring it down to $180 for the Flex. So $10 more than the Safe 5. So I don't know, just something to consider. But in my order, of course, depending on your personal needs, I would say Flex, Safe 5, and Bitbox would be my last choice. Najiula Shah, sorry if I'm butchering your names, but I'll always try to say your names if I can, says, I am from India. Says, hi, what's up? Hello, India. Edgar Robo said, is crypto and Bitcoin same or not? I would say Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency uses blockchain technology. Bitcoin uses blockchain technology. Esperton0811, I asked Tangem and they said they will be adding XRP Ledger coins soon, like RLUSD. Just thought I'd share. Cool. I'm sure a lot of people will be happy to hear that, so thank you for sharing that. Najiula says, convert your voice to Hindi. So I can't do that. You can go, once this video is done, you can go and change that yourself. If you click on my videos, tap the gear icon, and then you should be able to choose the auto dubbing language, and it should change it. You should be able to listen to my voice in Hindi or whatever your preferred language is, but once this video is live. So that's something you have to do on your end. I can't do it for you. But I do have the auto dubbing enabled on my channel. So if you speak Spanish or French or whatever it may be, you should be able to watch my videos in your preferred language, which is super cool. Sunflower says, explain ledger recovery in one shot. So ledger recover, not to get confused with the ledger recovery key, which is a physical product. Ledger recover is a subscription-based opt-in key recovery service offered by Ledger. And what the service does is allows you to recover the key to your wallet, basically your seed phrase, if you happen to lose it. Now, the way this works is first you have to sign up and make sure that you can even sign up for the option where you live. And then you have to go through some basic identity things, because the way you recover access to your seed phrase is using your identity combined with your wallet. So that'll be things like your name, address, selfie, things like that. That'll be used to recover your key. As far as how the process works, just like any transaction, it needs to be approved by you using your Ledger device. No one can approve it for you. And then from there, it is your key is split into 3 separate shards or 3 pieces. It's then double encrypted and sent to 3 different entities in 3 different parts of the world. So no one company has access to all of your keys. And even if they did, it wouldn't matter because it's double encrypted. And then when you need to recover your key, let's say you lose your seed phrase, you can start that process using your wallet. And the only way to decrypt the key is they send it back to your wallet, and then you have to confirm the decryption using your identity and your hardware wallet. And then it'll basically allow you to regain access to your crypto. So yeah, and to be clear, any hardware wallet has access to your private key. That's literally how hardware wallets sign transactions. So technically, any wallet company could offer the same ledger recovery service if they wanted to. So yeah, that's kind of my bit about it. A lot of people use, and I'm not saying like you should, I'm not recommending it. I'm just saying I know for a fact that a lot of people use the Ledger recovery subscription service. For me, it doesn't make sense, because the whole point of self-custody is to be responsible for your own keys. Now, if there was like, this is a secure way to do it, if you do lose access to it, I understand that there is a market for that. And that's why Ledger offers a Ledger recovery service. For me, it's not something that I would use, just because I trust myself to store and secure my keys safely. So, Ray Blackwell said, have you tried Merlin for portfolio and tax tracking? I have not. I've only used for portfolio tracking and taxes, I've only used CoinLedger, and there's one other one I used early on. I don't remember though. Dale Peterson said, I purchased Tangem, set it up, sent a test of $10, only $6 was deposited. Is there a fee or is not secured? It's definitely secure. Anytime you transfer crypto on the blockchain, which is where crypto lives, it doesn't have anything to do with the wallet, there is always going to be a fee. There are people who use computers to make sure that we can use crypto, and these people are rewarded by taking fees from people who use the blockchain. I can't tell you if that was the only fee because it depends on what crypto you're sending and what blockchain you're transacting on. Certain coins like XRP requires a deposit of 1 XRP when you open a new wallet address. And this is basically just to prevent people from opening a bunch of spam accounts. So if it was something like 1 XRP, or sorry, if it was something like XRP, then that new wallet address would require a deposit of 1 XRP, which could be the reason why you saw the $4 deduction. But your wallet is still secure, assuming all you did was send crypto from one address to another. Rajan Cajun said, can someone move my crypto if they have access to my ledger live only? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. They would need access to your physical hardware wallet to do that. Okay. Aaron said, I guess my question is, will Tangem ever have the ability to connect to a personal Bitcoin node through something like, I don't know. I have no idea. Sorry, Aaron. Gowdy said, strengthen the muscles around your spine for better support in yoga. Yes, I know. I need to strengthen all my muscles. Like I said, I'm a new dad. So once I became a dad, I stopped working out. Honestly, I didn't prioritize it. And of course, that's when I get injured. It makes sense because I've probably lost, in the last 3, almost 4 months, I've probably lost at least 10 pounds of muscle. So I just started working out this last week, and then I injured my back yesterday. So it's a work in progress. But yeah, definitely need to strengthen my core and my back muscles. Bright Brenya says, hi. What's up, Bright? Inversion table for the win. Yeah, I've used an inversion table before. It feels really good. I would look into getting one. I just don't have room for it in my house. BC says, Cyrus Gorilla, trying to buy with your link. Don't see the backup option and still asking for discount code. So if you're talking about the Ledger wallet, and I'll just mention it again right now, Ledger is having the biggest deal that they've ever had. It ends, tomorrow's the last day to take advantage of it. You get $80 worth of free Bitcoin when you buy the Ledger Stacks, $70 worth of free Bitcoin when you buy the Ledger Flex, $50 worth of free Bitcoin when you buy the Nano X, or $30 worth of free Bitcoin when you buy the Nano S Plus. That said, the Flex and the Stacks models now come with the Ledger Recovery Key. You don't have to add this to your cart. It's part of the packaging now. You don't have to add it or anything. It's going to come with your wallet no matter what, just the Ledger Flex and Stacks models. And you don't need a discount code. As long as you see the Bitcoin voucher in your in the shopping cart, you're good to go. So if you use that link to take advantage of this deal, which is in the description of this live stream, it'll take you to the website, and the Ledger Recovery Key is already in the box when you get the wallet, and the Bitcoin voucher should automatically be applied. Cody says, newbie crypto investor, love what you're doing here. Thanks for your support. Helps a lot. Awesome. Glad to hear that, Cody, and thank you for your support. Eden asks, hi, what are the options when Ledger X starts showing battery issue? Buy a new one and restore the coins or fix it. Personally, I wouldn't fix it. I don't know. To me, that just doesn't sound appealing. Especially if you had someone else fix it. I would never do that. If you're going to fix it yourself, that's one thing. You could try it. Maybe you just want to do it for the fun of it. Personally, I would buy a new wallet. That said, my Ledger Nano X does have battery issues. The battery doesn't work anymore, but I can still use it plugged into my computer, and that's how I've been using it for the last couple of years. So it just kind of depends. Your best option, though, if you want a new wallet, is probably just to buy a new Ledger wallet, import your seed phrase, and it's that easy. Ryan asks, is Tangem good? In my opinion, Tangem is one of the best wallets on the market. It's the most user-friendly wallet, supports a crap ton of cryptocurrencies, and they've produced more than 4 million cards since 2017. Not a single one has been hacked. And a lot of people really like Tangem. But if it's your first cold wallet, I definitely recommend checking out Tangem or the Ledger Flex and Stacks models. Eden says, what are your thoughts on Zelcore? No idea what that is. Cody says, Tangem is fired. Don't connect it to any dApps, though. 100% Cody. Shouldn't be connecting your cold wallet, at least not your main cold wallet, to any decentralized apps. Rylan says, how do I securely hide my crypto so my government doesn't tax my gains at 50%? You can't really hide crypto because there's always a money trail. The first money trail starts when you buy your crypto. You had to convert your fiat to crypto using something like a centralized exchange. So that's the first money trail. And then from there, everything is tracked on the blockchain. So they can see that, you took your money from your bank account, you bought crypto, you transferred said crypto to this wallet address on the blockchain. So there's always a paper trail. The only way around this would be to use some kind of peer-to-peer market, or if you know someone in person where you could physically hand them cash and they could send you crypto to your wallet. That'd be one way to do it. Then you have to consider how you're going to take profit when that time comes, because you're going to have to turn that back into cash. So you would have to use another peer-to-peer marketplace or know a person who would do that for you. The problem with peer-to-peer marketplaces, where you're not dealing with a centralized exchange that KYCs, is they don't have a lot of liquidity because they don't have a lot of people using them. So it would work for like smaller amounts in the thousands of dollars range. But if you're getting up into the tens of thousands of dollars and you're trying to cash out your crypto through like a peer-to-peer method, it's really tough to do because not a lot of people are doing it. So there's just not a lot of money to do it that way. So that's all I can say about that. I'm also not a tax advisor, and that's not financial advice. Janie said, which wallet is better and more secure, Ledger or Trezor? No idea. I would trust either one to secure my crypto. Better is subjective, and it totally comes down to your needs. Again, Trezor is mainly desktop wallet. Ledger is desktop and mobile. They also both support different cryptocurrencies. Ledger, I think, supports more cryptos, where Trezor supports less. Those are both things you'd want to consider. Brother B says cash is better. Cool. Then keep on using cash and leave the crypto to the rest of us. Let's see. Ryan says, can you break down the no seed phrase for me with Tangem? So Tangem has two options when you set up your wallet. You can generate a seed phrase or not generate a seed phrase. The seed phrase is the master key to all of your crypto accounts. It's what allows you to access your crypto on the blockchain. If you know your seed phrase, you can take that and import it into virtually any wallet to access your crypto, assuming that wallet supports the same cryptocurrencies. So it's nice to have, because then you're not solely reliant on that wallet or that device. If you choose not to have a seed phrase, it still generates your master key, which is like the longer version of a seed phrase. But you never know it. It's generated on the secure element chip inside the Tangem card, which means you are solely relying on the Tangem card to access your crypto. So if you ever lose all of your cards, or if they get damaged somehow, you would literally lose access to your crypto. Whereas if you know your seed phrase, you can always access your crypto. Also, the main difference is, if you're doing a seedless Tangem wallet, you're limited to a total of 3 backups. So you could have 3 keys essentially. Whereas if you know your seed phrase, well, you can create as many backups as you want. So that's how I'd break that down. Personally, I like to know my seed phrase, but there are a ton of Tangem users who prefer not having a seed phrase. So it's worth considering your own risk and what you're comfortable with. I will say if you use a seedless Tangem wallet, let's say you buy the 3 pack, let's say you lose 2 of the cards, you still have that 1 card left. That would be when you want to transfer your crypto to a different wallet temporarily so that you could buy like more Tangem wallets or something. So if it came down to that worst case, you could still transfer your crypto to like a different wallet. But that's just a little side note there. Carlo Mini said, I had a Ledger Plus, then found out they canceled doing upgrades. I got a Trezor instead. Nice. Let's see. Aaron says, do you think the Keystone tablet is better than the Trezor Keep Key Safe? Trying to decide if I want to buy a Keep Safe from Trezor. I like the Keystone tablet, but the tiles don't fit in the slots. So I have 3 tablets from Keystone. The tablets do fit in the slot. You just have to press them down really hard because they have the little metal piece at the end. I also have the Trezor Keep Key. I like the Trezor Keep Key, but it's really not convenient when you're trying to view your seed phrase. It's actually a huge pain in the butt, in my opinion. The reason I like the Keystone is because you can just open it up and you can see your seed phrase, versus with the Keep Key, you have to like look at these little tiles and it's very difficult. I think both are good options to like protect your seed phrase long term, but as far as like what I enjoy using more, I like the Keystone tablet better. Vic Brown, these people talking about cold wallets being locked out soon, or are they just spreading lies? That is misinformation and FUD. There's no confirmation on that happening. And from my understanding, it's that eventually crypto exchanges are going to like block crypto coming from cold wallets. If that happens, then it's probably over for crypto exchanges. I don't see that becoming a reality because self custody is a huge part of crypto, and if they did that, they would basically be eliminating self custody. I don't see that becoming a reality, and it's definitely not a reality right now. Janes says, do you recommend using a passphrase feature or not? So the passphrase, aka the hidden wallet feature, is one of the best security features, in my opinion, that cold wallets offer. And it basically allows you, in a way, to create your own seed phrase. So the way it works is, you let the wallet generate your 24-word phrase for you, but then you enable the passphrase feature, and you can add your own word or phrase to the end of your existing seed phrase. And this creates an entirely separate wallet with its own receiving addresses. And the thought here is like, if someone, knew your seed phrase, or you had to give your seed phrase away because someone threatened you, they wouldn't be able to access your crypto because it's in the hidden wallet. The risk with using a passphrase is if you don't have both your seed phrase and the passphrase, then you wouldn't be able to access your crypto. So as long as you're responsible with it and you can keep track of both the seed phrase and passphrase that you create, I do recommend using a passphrase. KL says, how do you see online how much someone has? That's ridiculous. I like privacy. So all of crypto lives on the blockchain. The blockchain is a digital public ledger. It records every single transaction, and all crypto lives on a wallet address. And these addresses are public data on the blockchain. So if I had your receiving wallet address, KL, then I could just type it into the blockchain explorer, which is like, think of it like the Google of the blockchain, and I could just go look at your wallet and see what you have in it. So yeah, it's really that easy. California here, why does crypto go down every Sunday night? It's funny you notice that, because I noticed that too. I haven't really looked into it. I'm sure there's like something that correlates with maybe the stock market, or maybe there's like certain news that's released every Sunday or Monday. I would imagine it'd have something to do with that, but I don't know for sure. But yeah, funny you noticed that. YouTube channel says, if you buy and sell Bitcoin from Ledger, how does it get to your bank? So anytime you get crypto into your bank, it uses some kind of centralized exchange, and that's the cold wallets partner with centralized exchanges. It's just more streamlined through a cold wallet. So basically, you'll hit the sell button. You still have to sign up for the exchange partner, and basically it'll send your crypto to that partner. They'll do the swap for you, so they'll swap your crypto for fiat, and then you link a bank account, and they send your crypto to the bank account. It's no different than using a crypto exchange. Indiana Pip says, are there any risks sending large amounts of crypto from your hard wallet to an exchange, or should one break it up into smaller amounts? I'd say the only risks are potentially triggering the exchange, like flagging your account because you transfer so much crypto. All exchanges use like AML bots, which are anti-money laundering bots. And they basically build a profile for you, but you should be able to see what your limits are when transferring crypto. For a lot of people, like if you go through the basic KYC, like limits are up to $100,000 per day, which I think should cover most people unless you're just rolling in the dough. But if you're transferring crypto to an exchange for the first time, I think it's a good idea to do a small amount first, maybe a few $100, and then work your way up if that's what you want to do. That way you can kind of build trust with the exchange. But once you've used that wallet address on the exchange at least a couple times, you should be good. Do you think cold wallets will be banned as the bank look to custody people's crypto accounts like savings? I don't think so. That goes against really what crypto was made for. I don't see that standing, no. L. Tiemann says, new subscriber, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing with me your opinion. By the way, use ice packs for swelling, then heat and stretch. I suffer from back pain. Hope you get better. Yeah, appreciate that advice. I'll definitely throw an ice pack on here soon. And yeah, I hope your back pain is at least manageable, because it sucks when it's not. Vic Brown says, Ledger Flex or OneKey Pro, which is best for beginners? My opinion, Ledger Flex, hands down. I did not like the OneKey Pro that much. To be fair, it's been a while since I used it. I used the Pro like right when it came out. It felt like a very unfinished product. I do like OneKey's app, but for beginner, Ledger Flex, hands down. Also, the OneKey Pro is air gapped. I know you can use it not air gap, but air gap wallets are just tougher to use in general. So if you're a beginner, I don't usually recommend air gap wallets. Jeff, recommendation on a specific video and episode. Okay. Okay, thank you, Jeff. I will make sure to watch that specific episode 301. What is it? Biker hips? Okay, I'll check it out. I don't know if I'll be able to do these exercises right now because my back pain is pretty bad, but I'll try it out at least. August said, do you know a good way how I can spend my crypto without withdrawing it to my bank and no KYC because I'm 14 years old? I'm not going to give any advice on that, August. Sorry. Nick says, isn't it best to buy more than one Ledger wallet to separate your money in case of theft, or is it fine to throw everything in one cold wallet? That really depends on, that's just personal preference. I personally think for operational security, it's a good idea to diversify your crypto across multiple wallets. But remember, multiple wallets doesn't mean multiple like physical hardware wallet devices. This is just a device. Your wallet is the seed phrase. You can create as many seed phrases as you want using one wallet. There's an unlimited number of seed phrases I can make from this wallet. That said, most wallets like Ledger, Trezor, Tangem only allow you to manage one seed phrase at a time. So let's say I had 5 seed phrases, and I have one in here right now, but I want to access a different one. but I only have one wallet, what I'd have to do is factory reset my wallet and then import the other recovery phrase just to access that wallet. So that's where having multiple devices comes in handy. But yeah, I personally like diversifying my crypto into multiple wallets. Another option though that you can do is you could have one seed phrase and then enable the passphrase option on the wallet. And this allows you to create a hidden wallet, which is a completely separate wallet. That's probably the easiest option and just as secure. I do have a video about passphrases on the channel. If you type in like cold wallet passphrases on YouTube, it might pop up. But I was gonna see if I could bring it up. Yeah, that's the wrong one. Anyways, things to consider. You could buy multiple wallets and use multiple seed phrases in each wallet. You could use one wallet with different seed phrases, or you could use one seed phrase, one wallet with multiple passphrases. Samer for real says, hi, Cyberskrilla, love your videos. Keep it up. Thank you so much. Anthony Bennett says, can Terra Classic be put on a ledger? Let me check. I don't know. Okay. So it looks like you can manage Terra Classic with Ledger, but you have to use a third-party app, which would be the Terra app, which you can download on your Ledger device through Ledger Live. So you can do it, but you have to download the Terra app. You won't use the Ledger Live to manage it, which a lot of wallets do that. They'll support, they'll support certain cryptocurrencies, but not always through their native app. Sometimes you have to use a different app wallet to access it. So, okay. Carlo Minis said, my nano screen is super dim. I can barely see the screen. I tried to use the menu to make it brighter, but it didn't work. What should I do? It sounds like the screen is going out. You can either, try to keep using it that way, or maybe it's time to upgrade your wallet. JG says, do you still like the Chinese air gap one? Not sure what you're referring to. Jeff says, currently have Tangem 3 set with seed phrase and some crypto on it. Bought a second 3 set. Can I set up second set with seed phrase to test my seed phrase? If succeeded, then factory reset the second set. Yep, you can do that safely. Cody Connell says, can you address the new Google Play Store crypto laws and will they ban cold wallets? So I'm pretty sure that was put on hold, and no, they're not going to ban cold wallets like Tangem or Ledger or Trezor. Those are designed at apps that aren't basically following by the rules. And any legit company like Ledger and Tangem, Trezor, they're all playing by the rules. That's why they've been around for over 10 years and they'll continue to be around. Jimmy says, do you think it's safe to use Ledger still now with online recovery? I don't know what you mean, Jimmy. Ledger is still safe. I've been using Ledger for 6 years, never had an issue, and I don't know what you mean by online recovery. Felix says, congrats on being a dad and good luck with the injury. Thank you so much for your valuable content. Thank you, Felix. I appreciate you. Eden says, what would be your all-in-one web platform where you can see the most important information daily? Not sure. Human AI says, can you turn Bluetooth on and off on the Flex and Stacks? Yes, you can. Super easy. You just go to settings. Let me see if I can pull it up. I'll show you. I'll show you what the settings looks like on this. Oh gosh. Here, let me pull this shit. Okay. No. Hold on, guys. Pretty sure I just disconnected my AirPod. Let me make sure I'm still connected here. All right. Hopefully y'all can still hear me. Oh my goodness. Give me 1 second here. All right, let me know if you can still hear me. If it still sounds good. Let me know, let me know. Can y'all still hear me? Okay, thanks, Dale. Okay. I was gonna show you how to I was gonna show you how to disable Bluetooth on the Ledger Flex. So this might be backwards, but it'll still work. So here's my Ledger Flex wallet. You go to settings, um, and then you go over here to Bluetooth, which is right here. And all you have to do to remove it or to disable it is just tap that little toggle and you're good to go. So it's that easy. Super, super easy. Ryan says, why do people want to use their crypto to buy things? Wouldn't it be more wise to just lend against it all? I'm not really for lending, but I agree. I don't really understand wanting to use crypto to buy stuff because it's just not to that point yet. Fees are expensive for a lot of blockchains. A lot of crypto is still so volatile that, depending on what it is, it might make more sense to hold on to it. Like, I don't know anyone who actually wants to spend their Bitcoin. That's more like a store of value. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Mike Big Boots says hi. What's up, Mike? Chris says Tangem plus Cardano equals happy life. There we go. Eden asked, do I have promo codes for Tangem? Yep, you get 10% off your entire Tangem order if you enter the code Cyberskrilla at checkout. Cyberskrilla is one word. It's the name of this channel, but one word. MM asks, what's the difference between these stacks and the stacks and the flex? Oh, hold on. Okay. Um, so there's really two main differences between the stacks and the flex. Well, really three. The stacks has a slightly larger curved e-ink touchscreen. I don't have it with me right now, but this is the flex right here. So the stacks is going to be slightly longer, and then the screen wraps around one side of the device. Aside from that, it also has wireless charging, and it also costs about $150 more than the Flex. That's the main difference. The Flex, it doesn't have wireless charging, and it has a smaller e-ink touchscreen, um, and it's $150 cheaper. So that's really the main difference. That's why personally, my favorite wallet of Ledger is the Flex. It's the perfect right in the middle wallet. You don't have to pay like crazy amount of money for it, but it still gets the job done. And to be very clear, all the Ledger wallets, the Stacks, the Flex, the Nano X, the Nano S Plus, they all offer the same level of security. Um, so like it doesn't really matter what one you get in terms of security, they're all going to secure your crypto equally. So it really just comes down to your budget and which design you like better. For me, it's the Flex, hands down. That said, if you're just joining, I know this is a live tech support for really any cold wallet or crypto security questions. However, Ledger's deal, their biggest deal ever, does end tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day. You can take advantage of the deal by clicking the link in the description of this live stream. And that deal is you get $80 worth of free Bitcoin if you buy Ledger Stacks. You get $70 worth of free Bitcoin if you buy the Ledger Flex. You get $50 worth of free Bitcoin if you buy the Ledger Nano X, or you get $30 worth of free Bitcoin if you buy the Nano S Plus. Also, the Ledger Flex and Stacks models now come with a free Ledger recovery key. To be clear, you don't have to add this to your cart or anything at checkout. It comes in all the packages of the Flex and Stacks now. This is 40 bucks if you buy it on your own. It comes with the Stacks and the Flex now, plus you get that free Bitcoin, and that's why it's Ledger's best deal ever. Again, that deal, last day I believe is tomorrow, if not tonight, and you can get that deal um, by just tapping the link in the description of this live stream. I made sure to leave it there because The last live stream I mentioned this deal, and I know a lot of you jumped on it, which it makes sense to if you're already considering getting a Ledger wallet. Like, why wouldn't you get, between $30 and $80 worth of free Bitcoin? It's a no-brainer. Um, but that's okay if you can't, if you don't have the means to get a wallet now. There will be more deals in the future, I'm sure, especially around the holidays, so towards the end of the year. But if you're looking to get your crypto secured today, or you're just trying to like upgrade your wallet, this is the best deal that Ledger offers, and I've never seen them offer a better like Bitcoin deal. $80 is the max that they offer. Technically, it's $90 if you get these stacks, and you get if you sign up for Ledger Recover, their subscription-based service, you get $90 in free Bitcoin. I just don't advertise Ledger Recover because it's not something that I personally use. So I'm just like, whatever. If you want it, you can get it. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So yeah, hopefully that answered your question, MM. Cover upper. Is there a chance that transaction costs will go too high when selling Bitcoin? Um, so on Bitcoin, transaction costs are determined by how congested the network is. So if everyone is using the Bitcoin network when you're trying to sell, it's yes, the transaction fees will spike. I don't know how high or what's considered high for you, but yes, they will spike. Justin said, "Is AI bot legit for buying crypto?" That sounds like a scam. I don't know what that is, but I'd be very hesitant to use anything that claims it's going to make you a lot of money or make you the best trader or anything that uses buzzwords like AI and Web3. When I hear those words nowadays, it's just my mind instantly jumps to this is probably a scam, um, because it's what a lot of beginners gravitate towards when they get into space. They know AI is the new buzzword, so they're like, oh, if it says AI, it must be good. Same with Web3, like people are always asking me about like, oh, you should stop using cold wallets and use a Web3 wallet. Web3 was a term that venture capitalists created to make it sound like they know what they're talking about, when in reality they have no clue uh, relating to anything blockchain technology. It's just a lot easier to say, yeah, we're building a Web3 wallet, or we're building in the metaverse. Those are all just buzzwords, and they were cool and popular in 2021 and 2022, but now anytime I see those words, yeah, I'm very put off by them. It's just a red flag. I'm not saying that it's not legit, um, but it should raise some red flags. Let's see. Nova said, just jumped in. Thoughts on One Key? Haven't seen many reviews on it since over a year ago. Wonder how they have grown. I like One Key. Like, I like their wallets. Gosh. Okay, sorry. My back is so messed up. Oh, I injured my back yesterday lifting something, and I can hardly walk or stand. So that's where I'm at with that. But back to what we're here for. Is One Key is a good wallet. I'm not a huge fan of the One Key Pro, which is their new touchscreen wallet. For the price, I'd rather get um, a Ledger Flex or a Ledger Stacks or a Trezor Safe 5. That said, I really am a fan of the One Key Classic, which I just got the One Key Classic Pure. Um, Huge fan of the One Key Classic. It's a great entry level wallet. It works both with mobile and desktop devices, and I do like One Key's. I do like their user interface. I like the One Key app. I think it's pretty well designed. So One Key is a decent wallet. It is one that I recommend if you're looking for a good entry level wallet. Human AI says, can Ledger transfer from device to device? So that's not really how crypto wallets work. It doesn't matter what wallet you're using. The transferring of crypto it happens on the blockchain, not in the wallet necessarily. So you can transfer from any wallet to any wallet. It doesn't matter. It's a cryptographic process, not a hardware process necessarily. So as long as you're sending your crypto on the correct network, then yeah, you can send it. Eden says, any risk of out of support in the future if I leave tokens on other blockchains, for instance, Near or BNB, USDT on Tron, etc. Back then, it was cheap to transfer tokens using specific blockchains. Um, I guess the only risk to consider would be like if those networks, I don't know, went down or stopped working, which just is very network specific. So I don't know. I don't have I don't have an answer for you, but as long as you trust the network to stick around, then I don't see any problem. Mm. Dell says, sorry, got disconnected from you. Didn't hear your answer because scam phone call. Perfect timing. Remember about Tangem. Um, Dale, I don't know what you're referring to, and I'm so behind on the chat right now, trying to answer everyone's questions that it'll probably be a while before I get back to your question if you want to post it again. Mike Big Boot says, can you please explain Binance Keyless, how wallet and Binance Safe? I don't know what the Binance Keyless wallet is, and that's not something I would use because that's a hot wallet. So if you want to secure your crypto, get a cold wallet, Mike. Jaden says, how long should my ledger normally take to ship out? Uh, that's hard to say. For me, it's usually about 5 days, but it would really depend on where it's coming from. They have um, they have a shipping warehouse. They ship directly from France for certain wallets, and then they also have a warehouse in Tennessee, I believe. So it depends where it's shipping from and where you're located, as well as customs. Because if it gets into the hands of customs, um, it's really up to them how long they keep your package. So it just depends. I would say like shouldn't be longer than 14 days, in my opinion, and that's pushing it. But it really just depends. If you have a question about your shipping, I would reach out to Ledger. Purple Blue asks if I like seedless wallets. I do not. I'm not a fan of. I like that there is the option to use seedless wallets for people who want to use it. For me, I do not use seedless wallets. Well, to be fair, I do have one Tangem set up as a seedless wallet, just because when Tangem first came out, they didn't offer a seed phrase wallet, and I still use that wallet, but for smaller amounts. So Michael Kennedy said, "What's the best way to swap your Tangem referral rewards?" I have USDT on Tron. What is the best way to swap to XRP? If it doesn't let you swap directly in the Tangem app, a couple things. You're going to need Tron in your wallet if you want to swap the USDT. So that's probably the issue you're facing. If you don't want to buy Tron to swap your USDT, then I would recommend sending your USDT to a crypto exchange and swapping it there. Purple Blue, why don't I like seedless wallets? Because seedless wallets mean you don't know the keys to your wallet. So therefore, you're relying on the hardware. And if the hardware breaks or if you lose it, that means you lose access to your crypto. That's why I don't like it. Whereas with the seed phrase, you're relying on your seed phrase that you could take and use in any brand wallet. You can also create as many backups as your seed phrase as you want. Aaron says, okay, sounds good. I'd probably stick with the Keystone tablet then. Cheers. All right, sounds good, Aaron. Omar says Bitcoin $116,000. Um, is it now? Is it now? Let's see what the Bitcoin price is at. Oh shoot, that's not working. 116. Any guesses on what Bitcoin price will be come the end of the year? Drop them in the comments. What your guess is. What will Bitcoin be, let's say December 31st, 2025? What is your guess? Here's a current Bitcoin price. $116,000, 442,000. So we're going up a little bit. Over 5 days, we're down. Over a month, not looking too bad. 2 for the fun of it, look at that. 6 months, we're looking great. Year to date, looking even better. 1 year, oh my gosh. 5 years, wow. Yep, that's Bitcoin for you. But yeah, drop your Bitcoin price predictions in the chat. Oh, let's see what y'all think we're headed towards. I'm not gonna drop my prediction because I have no idea. I'll tell you what I hope to see, which probably isn't really. Okay, sorry about that. I got a call from a spammer. They're probably watching the live stream. What's up to all you scammers out there? Hope you're having a great day, and I hope you're not scamming anyone because I'll come after you if you're scamming people. Also, um, just a heads up, every day I have to report a fake cyber Skrilla channel who are trying to scam people in my comments. I usually I usually notice it almost right when they post, so I can instantly block them, and then it usually takes a day or 2 for YouTube to take down the channel. But, just to be clear, I will never reach out to you. Cyber Skrilla as a brand will never reach out to you on any social platform, not on YouTube, not on Twitter, not on, Telegram, not through email. I'll never do that. So if you ever receive something claiming to be from Cyber Skrilla, um, and it's not like me right here talking to you, it's a scam. Okay. Oh my gosh. My back. My back. My back. Here, I'm trying to find my spot where I left off. Let's see what we got. Oh, here we go. So yeah, 116 Omar, 116K Bitcoin. I'll tell you, I would like to see Bitcoin at 200K by the end of the year. That's just me dreaming. That's not a prediction or anything. That would just be, I think everyone would be really happy with that. Merry Christmas, right? Ibrahim Ibrahim Saab said, "Hello, can two people have the same seed phrase and not know it because one of them has passphrase on top of the seed phrase?" Nope, that's not going to happen. And they would know it because in order to use a passphrase, you would still have to access the seed phrase. So. William says, "Should I go for computer science or finance?" I have no idea, William. Only you can answer that. What are you more passionate about? I will say, whatever you're considering, don't do it for the money. Do it because you're actually interested in it. Um, and because you want to do it. But I found that if you're doing anything in life just for the money, anytime you come across some hardships, or just something that tests you, you're more likely to give up because you were never passionate about it in the first place. So that's just my life experience. Whatever you choose to do, make sure it's something that you actually want to do. Felix said, experiencing problems when I want to send from Coinbase to Tangem. When it asks for verification and I chose the wallet connection option, it says I need to approve on Tangem, but nothing shows there. Felix, you shouldn't be connecting your wallet to Coinbase at all. It's very simple. Go to your Tangem wallet, you copy the receiving address from Tangem. Then when you go back to Coinbase, you hit that send button. You paste the receiving address from your Tangem wallet into the send spot. You enter how much you want to send and you hit send and it'll send it to your wallet. No need to connect your wallet to the platform. Um, Also, you might be confused on what verification is asking you. It was asking for a uh, just for you to confirm that that is the wallet address you want to withdraw to. That verification is going to your email. It's not something you're going to see on Tangem. So I would check your email, the one that you have linked to your Coinbase account. Also, make sure you check the spam folder. That's where that verification code is likely going. Let's see. I'm going to remove you guys here. I got to stand up, do some stretching here. Oh my gosh. Whew. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh, my back is killing me. All right, I have to stay in here and I'm gonna keep trying to answer some questions. Farah asked, how can you store directly on Roth RIA? Can you guide, please? That's something completely different that you would do through like whoever you manage your Roth RIA through. Um, yeah, that's if you're doing it through Roth RIA, it's not going to be self-custodial like I teach here on the channel. Sun is hot. Raw said, I didn't know Trezor has now listed XLM. About time, for sure. Yeah, I think the more coins these wallets support, the better because users are just so diverse on the crypto we hold. Aditi said, hi, what's up, Aditi? Slapshot says, new subscriber here and crypto enthusiast. Any portfolio breakdown videos? Absolutely not. Thank you for subscribing, but I do not share what I invest in or what I own. But thank you. Bobby Freedom USA says, got in on a live with you, my man. Solid, dude. Awesome. Thank you, Bobby, for being here. Official 507 said, I have my Ledger wallet for almost a year and I still have not received my $70 Bitcoin gift. What should I do? So when you have when you sign up for that deal, which Ledger does have a deal right now, guys. If you go to the link in the description of this video, it's their biggest deal of the year. You get $80 worth of free Bitcoin when you buy a Ledger Stack, $70 when you buy a Ledger Flex, $50 if you buy an NOx, and $30 if you buy an NOS Plus. Um, so the way that deal works is when you order your wallet and you get the wallet in the mail, it comes with a physical Bitcoin voucher. And this is like a scratch off QR code. And then you scan that and you'll redeem it in Ledger Live after 30 days. So if you never receive that voucher in your Ledger Live box, that's something you need to reach out to Ledger about. I can't help you with that. Bobby Freedom asks, what are your thoughts on the Decent card wallet? The one similar to Tangem was contemplating going that route instead of multiple Tangem wallets. I don't recommend Decent wallet at all. They are 100% closed source, meaning there's no way to verify what the company says is true. Um, yeah. And the reason you see a lot of YouTubers post about Decent, um, in my opinion, and the reason I know this is because they reached out to me once, and I actually own a Decent wallet. But the reason you see a lot of posts about Decent is because they, in the past, offer, and they probably still do, to pay YouTubers $50 per video they post. And that's just to post the video. That's not even the sales they get from people who buy the wallet through their link. So yeah, that's probably the reason why you see so many people talk about Decent on YouTube is they get money to post the videos. Um, so yeah, I'm just not a fan of Decent. I would choose Tangem 10 times out of 10 over the Decent card wallet. I've also never used the Decent card wallet, so I can't say as far as its usability, but it's just not a brand that I would trust. Um, that said, I could kind of talk about like one thing I like to mention is some people in my comments who maybe don't know me well or are new to the channel claim that maybe they can't trust my videos or like certain wallets I recommend because um, I'm sponsored by the company or I'm paid to make the content or paid to say the things that I say. Just to be clear, I've never been sponsored by any company. Never been sponsored by Tangem or Ledger or Trezor. Um, I've never been paid or have taken money to make a video, and I've never been paid to say certain things about a wallet. This is my channel, it's my brand. I say whatever I want and however I feel about these products. And all that to say, I only recommend what I personally use and what I recommend to my friends and family who are just getting into crypto. Every year I have a new family member who comes to me looking to join crypto. And of course, the first thing I teach them is about self custody and getting their crypto off exchanges. I usually guide them to Tangem unless they're more tech savvy. Um, then, I'll have them look into other options. But yeah, it really just comes down to the wallets that I personally use and that I would feel comfortable using, and that's what I recommend. And the only way that I make money on this channel, besides the ads that'll play on videos, which YouTube runs regardless of whether I have them turned on or not, from my understanding, which is like a really, I don't make a ton of money from that. But the only way I make money is if you buy a wallet using my link. So I'm an affiliate for these wallets, and I make a small commission on the sale. That's of course at no extra cost to you. In fact, you save money using my link because you either get a deal or some kind of discount. Um, and if I wanted to make the most money possible, I'd be recommending the most expensive wallets to everyone, not like the cheapest options like Tangem or even some Ledger wallets, or Trezor's pretty cheap. So that's just a little insight on how I make money with the channel and why I recommend the wallets that I recommend. Willpower said, "What up? What's up, Will?" Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Mark is asking, what is the point of the ledger recovery key? So, not to be confused with Ledger Recover, which is Ledger's subscription-based service, the ledger recovery key, which is this guy right here, it allows you to securely copy your seed phrase onto this card. This card is pin protected. So instead of having to enter your seed phrase, when you go to recover your wallet on Ledger on the Stacks or the Flex, you just scan this card, enter your PIN, and it recovers your wallet. After 3 failed PIN attempts, the recovery card is completely erased, so there's no risk of someone like compromising your PIN by brute forcing it, because they only have 3 attempts. But to be clear, the Ledger recovery key only works with the Flex and Stacks models. That said, when you order a Flex or a Stacks wallet, it comes with a free Ledger recovery key, so you don't even need to buy it separately. And that's why the deal that Ledger has right now is so good, because not only are you getting the up to $80 worth of free Bitcoin, but you also get that free Ledger recovery key, which is a $40 value. So that's up to $120 value that you're getting when you buy like a Stacks or a Flex. So that's what the Ledger recovery key does. It's really just a key backup. Rems said, "Do Tangem." I'm not sure what you mean, Rems. All right, I'm gonna try to sit down again. Oh, oh, feels pretty good. Oh, gosh. Oh, okay. Okay, Charlie says, "I just want to say thanks for your YouTube content from Taiwan. It's now 4:07 a.m. Good golly. Thank you, Charlie, for hanging out with us at 4:07 a.m. You're a rock star." Scott says, "Can you talk about Onyx Coin and XCN, please?" Scott, absolutely not. You know better than that. I don't talk about coins on this channel. I don't talk about what I invest in. I don't tell you what you should invest in. I don't give investment advice. I am not certified to do that. Now, if I was certified, maybe I would. But then I'd ask, is anyone really certified to give investment advice, especially when it comes to crypto? I don't know. I don't know. Cody says, your thoughts on Flare, Firelight, and staking on Tangent. Thanks. I don't have any thoughts on that, Cody, because don't know what that even means. Official 507, still haven't received my $70 gift. Again, you need to reach out to Ledger. I can't help you with that. MM says, thank you. I'm ordering today. Awesome, MM. Um, yeah, by the way, that deal that I just mentioned, you get $80 worth of free Bitcoin when you buy the stacks, or 70 when you buy the flex, yada yada. The deal to that, the link to that deal is in the description of this live stream, and tomorrow's the last day to take advantage of it. And it's Ledger's biggest deal that they've ever done. So Christopher asked, did you ever do a review for the One Key Classic 1S Peer? No, I didn't, because I just received that recently. It's sitting over here on my desk. So if you I have a video on the One Key Classic 1S. If you just type it in on YouTube, you can go watch that. And I like it's more of an overview. It's not an actual review. Um, but to be clear, the One Key Classic Pure, the One Key Classic 1S is basically the exact same wallet as the original One Key Classic, which came out years ago, which is a wallet I recommend. The difference with the Classic 1S and the Pure is that it now has a secure element chip, um, which is like this the industry standard nowadays. This is where your the keys to your wallet stored. It's a security specific chip that's designed to be hack proof essentially. So yeah, they're great wallets. It's a good entry level wallet. I think the Pure, all I think that is it's just a white colored version of the classic one is. So, Gardener, your favorite token? No idea. I like quarters. I think pennies are useless. I think nickels and dimes are also useless. The only thing quarters are good for is when I go to the car wash. I still use quarters. Other than that, yeah, I don't know. That's probably my favorite token. Also, I don't know if you have like a Chuck E. Cheese or Pojos, but those are pretty fun tokens too. You can use them to play games. Somebody's child said, for a beginner, which exchange platform would you suggest? Robinhood, Coinbase, or Kraken? Well, I haven't used Robinhood much. I did a little bit, but not much. Coinbase, absolutely not. This is just my experience. Coinbase is complete trash. I would never trust them ever again. I used Coinbase for years until one day they randomly locked my funds for over a month. Uh, and along with that, my friend was using them for a couple years as well. And one day when he tried to sign into his Coinbase account, they locked it for security concerns, which is fine, right? The only issue was it took him a year to regain access to his account, meaning he couldn't access his crypto for a year, and he had to do a lot to get it recovered. I think he went as far as sending them like a letter threatening legal action. Um, so I will never use Coinbase again personally. I like Kraken. I have had very little issues with Kraken. I did have one issue where I had two accounts open, which caused some confusion on their end. But the cool thing is they reached out to me, told me that my withdrawal had been paused, and they gave me a quick fix solution. I just had to send them a couple things. Everything was solved within a matter of like 3 hours. So Kraken actually has really great support, and I'm not even like a paying user. I'm not subscribed to their like pro or whatever they offer. So in my opinion, Kraken has been great. Coinbase is trash. Unfortunately, yeah, if you're in New York, to Gardner's to his point, if you're in New York, there aren't many options because New York is pretty lame when it comes to crypto exchanges. So I think for New York, you can use like Coinbase, Gemini, or maybe crypto.com. Honestly, I'd probably use anything over Coinbase at this point. Aaron says, would you personally use Blockstream, Jade, or Cold Card? I like Blockstream. Um, hmm. I have a little more experience with Blockstream, so I'm leaning more towards Blockstream. Personally, though, I'm not a fan of Bitcoin only wallets, Aaron. Main reason being I hold more than Bitcoin. Also, Bitcoin only wallets is pure marketing. It doesn't actually offer any security advantage over something like a Ledger or a Trezor. That said, I'd pick Ledger or Trezor over either of those brands personally. Indiana Pip says, I'm 73 and purchased a Trezor Safe 3 on the recommendation of one of your videos. I'm a techie since 1981, so you're an OG. But I find the desktop works best for me since I had to have surgery for a detached retina. Wow. Yeah, I would imagine it would be a lot easier to view on desktop then. Well, that's super cool that you've been in a tech since the 80s and that you're 73 and uh, using cold storage. That just goes to show that, I mean, anyone can do it. You don't have an excuse if Indiana Pips is doing it, guys. Indiana said, would you suggest sending from a hard wallet to an exchange in smaller amounts or one large amount? This depends on your relationship with the exchange and if you've ever sent crypto to the exchange from that wallet address before. If it's your first time sending from that wallet address, I would err on the side of caution and send a smaller amount, just so you can kind of build your profile up. But if you use that wallet before and you've sent plenty of crypto between the wallet and the exchange, then you should be fine sending larger amounts. If you want to test it, start with smaller amounts and slowly increase the amount every transfer. Dale, I've already answered your question about you sending $10. Maybe that's the one you missed. So you sent $10 to Tangem, only $6 showed up. Is that a problem? You said you use the right network. So no, that's not a problem. That's just how crypto works. Depending on what network you use, well, first off, all blockchain networks have transaction fees. This is completely unrelated to which wallet you use and has everything to do with what network your crypto is on. Um, so depending, like networks like Solana have low transaction fees that are a few cents, whereas if you're using something less efficient like Ethereum or even Bitcoin, you have higher transaction fees. So you're probably dealing with the blockchain fee. That's probably what you're seeing, the deduction. Also, if you're sending something like XRP to your wallet, XRP as a network requires a deposit of one XRP to open an account basically on their network. So they basically deduct one XRP. So if you send like five XRP to a new cold wallet address, they actually deduct one XRP. So you'll only receive four XRP. Gardner asked, is it my lower back? Yes, it is my lower back. Ammo24 said, I put my grandpa's retirement money in Fartcoin today. Um, Dang, I feel bad for your grandpa, not gonna lie. Slapshot says, can you use Tangem and Ledger at the exact same time? Yeah, you could. Like, I don't know what, like in what context, but you can use you can use it however you want. All right, I'm finally getting to some of the Bitcoin predictions for the end of the year. I told you to drop your Bitcoin predictions. Slapshot says 150K. I don't think that's too unrealistic. Tiger Lion also says 150K. The Huss 150K. Bobby Freedom says run up to 160, 170, drop down to 95, 105 for mass sell off, then rocket to 200. Okay. Jeff D says $200,000, $200,001. Okie doke. That would be cool. The Huss says, hey, I know you make tons of vids on each cold wallet, and I appreciate them all. Would you recommend throwing all your crypto in one cold wallet or split between two wallets or more? So I am a big fan of diversifying your crypto across multiple wallets, but it really comes down to what you feel comfortable keeping in each wallet and what's considered a large amount to you. Because what's considered a large amount to me might be, crumbs to you. So it really depends on what you'd be comfortable with. And one simple question you could ask is like, if I lost all of this crypto in this one wallet, would I be losing sleep over it? If the answer is yes, then you probably need to diversify your crypto into multiple wallets. KW ADOS says my Flex has always had Bluetooth issues with Android, even had a replacement and the same problem. Can you do a video on connecting through Uniswap? As far as your Flex having Bluetooth connection issues with your Android device, especially if you, I don't know if I understood you correctly, but it sounds like you may have gotten a replacement Flex. It sounds like it's probably a localized issue then with your Android phone, and not the Flex device itself, because I have three Ledger Flexes personally and a Ledger Stacks, and I have not had any issues using iOS devices. Can you do a video on connecting through Uniswap versus exchanges like Binance? I don't know what you mean by connecting. If you're just talking about trading crypto on those, I definitely could do a video on that. But I don't generally recommend connecting your cold wallet to decentralized exchanges like Uniswap. Mojo Loco Dojo, Bitcoin price prediction 130K by the end of the year. I said that's pretty conservative. Definitely, definitely very realistic. Is it safe to connect a ledger to MetaMask or 1inch? Yes, it is safe. So like not don't enter your seed phrase into those wallets, but like if you go into MetaMask, for example, and you click on the accounts section and then it has a drop down and it says connect hardware wallet, that's safe because the keys are still stored on the physical ledger device and all you're doing is using MetaMask as the companion app. So like using something like MetaMask with your Ledger wallet is really no different than using Ledger Live with your Ledger wallet. It's just a different app and it's still just as secure, assuming you're not entering your seed phrase into the app. Marie says, new here. Do you have an ergonomic chair to help your back? Um, not it's not like ergonomic. I mean, it's fine. It's an okay. I think it's like a Costco chair. Um, but really, at this point, nothing is going to help my back except for just rest, stretching, some exercise. Um, but actually, what's good is sitting on like an exercise ball. Um, so yeah, it's probably not the best chair. I could probably get a better one. Mark says, can your crypto be stolen, hacked if you connect your cold wallet to a computer or phone accidentally downloaded with malware? I mean, technically anything is possible, but the whole point of a cold wallet is to prevent that from happening. So let's say I have a Ledger wallet, I connect it to my PC, and my PC has some Trojan on it or something. It's not going to affect my cold wallet because it's completely separate and it has a bunch of security features like the secure element chip and then its custom operating system built in to prevent any kind of malware from affecting it. Um, so yeah, the point of a cold wallet is to kind of eliminate that risk mark. Suckway says, I just bought two decent wallets. If that's what you want to use, that's fine, Tuck. But like I said, I would never recommend using Decent. Personally, it's just not a wallet that I would feel comfortable using. Um, this isn't like advice, it's just something to consider. If maybe you don't feel comfortable using Decent now because it is a completely closed source company out of South Korea, which, do with that info that you will. I'm more concerned about it being 100% closed source than where it's actually made. Um, but if you're uncomfortable with that, you might want to look into canceling your order or doing a return if possible. RPS RPL said Pal Titan Mini. I like that wallet. I have it. I don't use it often because I do have preference over that wallet. But Pal Titan Mini is a wallet I would trust to secure my crypto. Bobby Freedom said, that is good to know. Thank you for the point of view on the decent wallet. I was reading about the closed source. If I said that right, you did. Programming was a little confused on the tech. Yeah, so like there is an argument to be had about closed versus open source like code. Open Completely open source code allows anyone, if you have the technical know-how, to verify that what the company is claiming that the product does is true. Whereas if it's closed source, that means it's kept private within the company. So like independent security auditors or just people with technical know-how can't go and look at the code and make sure that there's nothing like hiding in plain sight. Um, that said, most wallets on the market are some level of closed source, but 100% closed source to me is a no-no. Because you can open source a lot of the important stuff and still keep some things closed source without losing the trust of the user. And like Ledger does a good job of doing this. Tangem, for example, their app is 100% open source, and they're very transparent about how their keys are generated. But the firmware is closed source. So yeah, just things to think about. The contrarian thinker, I have bricked two card tangent set. The backup card refused to recognize the access code and would not allow a code reset as a primary card cannot be used for this action. Tangem support has been a waste of time. All they do is keep sending basic information off of their script. Um, I don't really know what to say about that. It's unfortunate that you bricked the cards, but I don't know. All I would say is make sure when you're trying to get support is to be as clear as possible with everything you did. The better you communicate, the easier it is to help you with your issue. Because I've tried to help people here on the channel, and they give me like an explanation like that, and to me that would be not that's not enough information to even try to troubleshoot that. And I'm not saying that you don't give them enough information. All I'm saying is just um, to have your best chance of getting help, make sure that you are sharing like every little detail from the moment you set up the wallet to the moment you experience the issue. Make sure you share that with Tangem so that they can best help you and not just give you some copy pasta reply that, you know, quite frankly, nobody wants. So, um, yeah, I'm sorry that happened though. Body Freedom USA. Also, I have tons of back problems. Try golden milk at night. Helps relieve inflammation. Also get the turmeric curcumin. Yep. So I just got the turmeric curcumin. I use Terry Naturally's extra strength. It's expensive, but the last time I had a back problem, I took that stuff and it was good. No side effects like the prescription stuff, and I don't take that stuff anyways. So any kind of like natural stuff, I love using. So yeah, thanks for the recommendation, Bobby. So Tangem and Trezor are safe, asks AJ. Yep, in my experience, Tangem and Trezor are both safe. I've been using Trezor for years, Tangem for years. Ledger I've been using the longest. But they're at this point they're all safe. Also, something I want to kind of point out is like cold wallets and crypto security, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity isn't a destination. Like these companies don't just put out a wallet and then they're like, okay, well, we'll see you in 50 years. Um, there's no destination when it comes to security. It's it's ever evolving, right? Because new scams come out every day. New malware is created. There's new hacks. There's new information that's released. So security issues are bound to happen eventually. The goal with any security company is to limit any damage done to the user. So however they implement that, but maybe like a new malware comes out or there's a vulnerability found in a wallet. A lot of the times, this is the reason why wallet companies like Ledger and Tangem have bug bounty programs, is it encourages people to find these vulnerabilities and then report it to the company in exchange for like a cash prize before it's made public. That way, that any issues are fixed before it actually gets out of hand. And you want this, like you want stuff to break and you want people trying to hack these wallets because that's the only way that they're going to continue to be more secure. If you just put out a wallet and then you aren't innovating or trying to break it, eventually it will become obsolete. So yeah, I just don't think I think it's very weird. It's like a very weird perspective to have. Like, I want to buy this wallet and I want it to be secure forever and never have any issues. That's just not realistic. That's not realistic with anything, right? Um, like things are eventually bound to break. I think the best thing that we can hope for is that these companies have things in place to reduce like any issues. If something happens, it should affect the least amount of users, and they should be able to fix it before it affects anyone. Um, so that's just kind of my tangent on that. Let's see here. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Why do people still think Ledger isn't safe? Ledger has had well, first off, the way they handle things when stuff goes wrong, at least in the past, has been absolutely terrible. Um, yeah, like as a company, you should be able to like communication should be your top priority, in my opinion. And in my opinion, and from what I've seen, back like in 2020 when Shopify leaked a lot of Ledger's customer data, the way that they handled that was not very good. That's why people still talk about it to this day. So really, I think it just comes down to communication. Um, yeah, and then mix that with all the misinformation that is constantly spread online. Like, you go and post something in Reddit, and then all of a sudden there's like 100 other posts about it, and all people do is copy pasta the same crap without doing any research. Um, this could be for a lot of reasons. They could really believe that what they read is true, and they want to get the word out even more, or they just want views, or there's lots of reasons why misinformation spreads like wildfire. Um, but also keep in mind that negative stuff always spreads quicker than anything positive. So anytime something bad happens in crypto, whether it's with like a wallet or a coin, it spreads way faster than um, like anything good. I forget there's a term for that, but if anyone knows what that term is, drop it in the chat. But yeah, like anything negative will always spread way quicker. That's just how humans are wired. Peter says, "You still in Pondex?" I think Polly hacked me. Uh, yeah, Polly didn't hack you, Peter. And Pondex is still legit. Let's not lie here. Riz said, "Thanks for keeping it real. Your advice on cold storage is always on point." Thank you, Riz. Slapshot says, "Coinbase fees are too high." Yes, Coinbase fees are terrible. Mark says, "Can metal seed phrase plates be tagged with malware if they are purchased off a third-party website on Amazon?" I don't understand what you mean, Mark. It's a piece of metal, so it can't have malware. It's literally just a metal plate that you receive in the mail, and once you receive it, you put your seed phrase on it, either using like a punch that it comes with or pre-cut metal letters. You don't enter your seed phrase online. They don't enter the seed phrase for you. You do it all in the privacy of your own home. They just send you the metal, and you do what you want to do with it. So no, buying your metal seed phrase plate from Amazon or wherever is completely safe. Mojo Loco Dojo, thank you for your channel and service. I've learned a lot. Do you know anything about the new Solana Seeker phone? Yes, I do. Does it contain a built-in wallet? Yes, it does. Can it be trusted? I don't know. So I did purchase the new Solana Seeker phone. They are currently shipping them out right now, and I'm waiting for mine to be shipped. Once I get it, I'm going to tell you guys all about it, and it's going to be fun. But until then, I have limited information. Mr. T Nut. I'm sure somebody has already asked, however, Tangem over Ledger, your thoughts? When it comes to like comparing wallets, it's very subjective. So what works for me might not work for you. Um, Tangem, in my opinion, is the most user-friendly wallet on the market. There's nothing as simple or enjoyable to use as Tangem. Ledger is still fairly user-friendly, um, but maybe for slightly more advanced users or tech-savvy users, it's also just less convenient to use because you kind of have to connect it. Whereas with Tangem, you just use the card and scan your phone. Another thing is Tangem is mobile only, so you do have to use it with your phone, whereas Ledger can be used on mobile and desktop. So yeah, it really just depends. I don't think either one is wrong. It just depends on what you need. Better Your Future says hi. Good day, Alex. What's up? Dun, 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 dun. Crypto Potato. I love that name. Says Bitcoin top probably around 135, 150 in the next month or so. Okay, I'm here for it. Stacy Johnson said, "Will Tangent be banned in the USA?" Absolutely not. I don't know why you would think that. Aaron says, "What's a good hot wallet to use?" Depends, Aaron, on the cryptocurrency you're managing. I like Phantom. Mm, I say Phantom and MetaMask are probably the two that I use the most. Sydney's family says, "What does closed source mean?" I think I kind of already broke that down. Closed source is just mean that the code, the software, the basically how these wallets are built, their software and their hardware, all the data, the code that's written to build them are kept private to the company, meaning like random people like you and me can't go and review the code, assuming we have the technical know-how to research, what it was and that it was safe to use. So if it's closed source, that means only the company knows. Whereas if it's open source, that means anyone can go and review it. And of course, there are pros and cons to that because if something is open source, that means that also the bad guys can look at the code. So it's something to consider. Lloyd says, just ordered a Trezor today. Will be in Wednesday. Nice. Hope you enjoy that, Lloyd. Mojo Loco says, recommend going to the chiropractor. I've gone to the chiropractor for the last, I don't know, almost 6 years. I mean, I stopped going a couple years ago. Really not that helpful in my experience. It feels good in the moment and a little bit after. But as far as like a long-term solution, I don't think a chiropractor is, I don't think it's it for me. I think physical therapy is probably the best thing. Checks my pulse blue color crypto. Says, what happened, bro? So yeah, yesterday I messed up my back pretty bad. Um, this morning I could barely get up. I can't even roll over onto my side. Right now I'm like I can stand, but it hurts. So yeah, really just my back is really messed up. Um, and I can't do much. So that's what happened. Lifting something wrong. Not the first time it's happened. Probably won't be the last. But really just in a lot of pain. So we're just here chilling in pain. Let's see here. Let's see here. One thing, let me see if I can do something here. Shoot, what are we doing here, guys? Hold on, I'm gonna try to pull something up here. Ah, never mind. Whatever. Never mind. Let's see. Mark says, if you have exit strategies set up for, let's say, 5 different coins, and the price hits one of those exit strategies, should you sell on the Ledger app or transfer your crypto back to an exchange to sell? Um, it kind of depends on what your goals are. That's everything in crypto. It really just depends. There's so many variables. I don't think either way is the wrong way to do it. Personally, I usually send to my exchange to sell. It's just as quick, sometimes quicker. Um, what I would recommend doing if you haven't already is type in on YouTube how to take crypto profit. My video should pop up number one. And in that video, I break down the like a bunch of profit taking strategies you can use depending on your goals. That's my best video on the channel. I definitely recommend checking that out after the live stream. And hopefully that will help you at least kind of guide you to what, maybe you're looking for. Let's see. Shufizik YT says, hey, I live in Poland. How long will I wait for my ledger ordered on Sunday? Still pending shipping. That I don't know, my friend. Any shipping stuff, it's really out of my like I don't know, I'm not Ledger, I'm not any of these wallet companies, so I can't really help you with shipping. I will say you just have to be patient with these things. Um, and it's so dependent on where you live um and where it's shipping from them. So I would just say be patient if you ordered on Sunday. If you ordered yesterday, then yeah, I mean it's still completely normal. You should be good still. If it's been like a week and you're still pending shipment, then maybe reach out to Ledger. But if you just ordered yesterday, then yeah, I would say just be patient and it'll show up eventually. David said, if I put all the coins on Ledger and 10 years pass, what happens with the updates? Will it still be compatible? And is there a chance that I won't be able to log into Ledger? Um, I'd say it's possible. You definitely, if you are using a hardware wallet that requires updates, you want to stay on top of those updates, not just for usability, but for security purposes. You definitely wouldn't want to go 10 years without ever using your wallet. These are you know, pieces of technology. You should pull them out, check them every once in a while. I'd say like at the very least, at least check it and update it every 6 months, preferably more often, like every few months. Um, but yeah, it's hard to say for sure. But as long as you have your seed phrase, assuming that technology doesn't change, just to add on, um, you'll always be able to access your crypto as long as you have your seed phrase, whether your wallet's updated or not. So Mark says, do you recommend getting a new wallet every few years? Not necessarily. It just depends how the industry evolves. In the last, 5 years, crypto hasn't evolved so much. Um, so yeah, like the wallets that were safe 5 years ago are still safe today for the most part. Um, but I would say like when it comes to that, like when there's new blockchain technologies that are incorporated, that's kind of like the point of the wallet is it just incorporates that technology into the wallet, and that's why you want to do the firmware updates. Now if there's like some major shift in, let's say, like seed phrases, you know were a thing in the past, then yeah, you'd want to get a new wallet. But you really just have to kind of keep your eyes on the industry and see where it's headed, because it's hard to say. We could wake up one day and all our wallets aren't what they should be. So Um, yeah, that's what I'll definitely keep you updated if you're, following the channel. If there's any major changes to any wallets or regulations, I try to stay on top of all that so that I can share it with you. So next my poll says, isn't deleting a tested wallet and recovering it later date a safe option for no second party trust if you hide your keys old school? Um, I don't know what you mean, my friend. Sex my pulse blue collar. I don't know, I don't know what you mean, I'm sorry. Mark says, which metal seed phrase plate do you recommend? I know you recommended one in many of your videos. I have a lot of seed phrase plates. I think there's a lot of good options. This this is just what I use. I just like how easy it is to see my seed phrase. This is this is a Keystone Tablet Plus, and it allows you to store a 24-word seed phrase inside of this. And it's made out of 304 stainless steel. It's resistant to fire, and it's corrosion proof. This is the one that I use. They also have other options. They have like titanium options if you want titanium. Um, I don't think you can really go wrong with any of them. I will say I just like the tablet because of how it displays a seed phrase versus something like the Trezor Keep Key, where it's on like a cylinder piece, and it's just not easy to read the seed phrase, which maybe that's a good thing. But personally, I like to be able to just open it up and see my seed phrase. Tom Lee says, who are you using to buy your crypto? What percent of it do you keep on exchanges, hot versus cold wallet? Tom, I use Kraken to buy and sell crypto. That's my preferred exchange. I don't keep any crypto on Kraken or any crypto exchange. Um, Not a cent. And I try not to keep any in hot wallets unless I'm actively doing something in the DeFi space. But all of my crypto is in cold wallets. So the only time I put crypto in a hot wallet is if I'm about to do something like just basically if I need liquidity for, like, I'm starting up a miner, um, or buying some other coin that I want to invest in and then transfer my cold wallet. So somebody's child said, just got my Tangem wallet in the mail. Took advantage of your code that got 15% off. Heck yeah. Good deal. Thanks for keeping us informed and providing discounts. Heck yeah. Glad you got your Tangem wallet. By the way, if you're just joining, and you are looking to get a hardware wallet, maybe you're considering upgrading, Ledger is having their biggest deal of the year right now, today. Tomorrow's the last day to take advantage of it. So right now, if you get a Ledger Stacks wallet, which is their most premium model, By the way, this deal is linked in the description of this live stream. So if you want to check it out, just tap the link and you can look at everything that I'm telling you. But if you buy the Ledger Stacks wallet, you get $80 in free Bitcoin. If you buy the Ledger Flex wallet, which is this one, you get $70 in free Bitcoin. If you buy the Ledger Nano X, which is probably like the most recognized wallet in the industry, you get $50 worth of free Bitcoin. Or if you get the Ledger Nano S Plus, you get $30 worth of free Bitcoin. And I will say the reason it's the best deal is because all Ledger Stacks and Flex models now come with the Ledger recovery key. And this is a backup. So this stores your seed phrase on this card right here. This card is protected by a PIN code that you set up, and it only works with these stacks and flex models. But basically, it allows you to simply scan your card to access your wallet versus having to enter your seed phrase manually. And this is nice because then you don't have to pull out your seed phrase and potentially have someone see it. Um, and it just allows you to keep your seed phrase stored wherever it is safely stored, hopefully somewhere far away. Um, and then you could just scan this, enter your PIN code, and access your wallet a lot quicker. Also, this has a limit. So after three failed PIN attempts, it completely erases this card. So it can't be brute forced. So yeah, if you want to take advantage of those deals, if you've been thinking about getting a cold wallet, specifically a Ledger wallet, there's no better time than today or tomorrow because of the deal they're running. Again, the link to that deal is in the description of this live stream. Mm-mm. Tally Kill says, "Hi, bro. Love your content and channel. Thank you. I wonder if you used Tangem in the last bull run and if it had any issues when the market started to pump." I didn't have Tangem in what I believe was the last bull run in like 2021. I didn't have Tangent then. I had Ledger. But there wouldn't be any issues with the wallet. The issue would be at the exchange level. Um, there's not going to be any issues with the cold wallet itself when stuff pumps. It's when exchanges start to limit your access. So, yeah, there shouldn't be any issues with the wallet. The issue would come at the exchange level. How to secure your seed phrase, ask free fire. Well, one way is you need a cold wallet. That's how you keep your key secure when you're interacting with crypto. And then to physically secure it, you probably want something like a metal seed phrase plate, which you can get on Amazon, or you can type in Keystone Tablet Pro on Google and then go to Keystone's website and you can order the one that I use um, for however much it is, and you get a discount if you use my code Cyberskrilla. So yeah. Baleto says, if I send to wallet for X stablecoin on Tron network, I must have Tron coin. Okay, let me break down this comment here. If I send to a wallet from an external wallet, stablecoin on Tron network, I must have Tron to pay fees. Yes, if you're sending crypto on the Tron network, then you need that network's native coin to pay the fees. So yes, you would need Tron to pay for the fees. Free Fire says you must give away Tangem. Not on this stream. Sorry. Sorry. Tara said, I think the term is negative bias. I was talking about how someone asked why people think Ledger is still bad. And I was talking about how they kind of sucked at communicating when they had issues and how misinformation spreads because negativity spreads a lot faster than positivity. And Terrace is saying that the term I was looking for is called negative bias. I think you're correct. So thank you for clearing that up. Lolo GT says, "Yo, bro, I want to thank you because without your video, I wouldn't have bought the Tangent wallet." Yeah, I'm happy that you found Tangent to be the right wallet for you, and I'm happy that I could help in that process. Chris P says, "Joining in late. Good evening. Good evening, Chris, wherever you are." Checks my pulse, blue collar. Um, Try to refrain from, spamming the comments with any like specific coins. We don't do investment advice on this channel. And if you're looking for investment advice in the comments section of a YouTube live stream or YouTube comments, you're probably not going to make it. I'll just say that. Slapshot says, hope you have an HSA set up. Nope, do not. Scammers are definitely watching this live stream. Shout out to all my scammers out there. We love you. Not really. Shout out to all the scammers. What's up, scammers? Um, let's see. There was a comment that I wanted to read. Oh, Chris said that he had something similar on his back 2 years ago. Nothing helped him, and he got one cortisone injection, and it was gone. Because I messed up my back really bad yesterday. So actually, I had a surgery on my wrist. This is like a huge scar you can kind of see there. So I have a big metal plate in here. It's where my seed phrase is stored. Just kidding. Um, but yeah, even after surgery, my wrist was still pretty sore. I got a cortisone injection over 10 years ago, Chris. Still solid to this day. So yeah, maybe something worth looking into for sure. Waldemir says, how do you bridge a token from one network to another? Um, it's kind of hard to just answer on a live stream. You have to find a platform that you can bridge on, basically. So, usually decentralized exchanges allow you to bridge. I use Pond Zero X to do my bridges. Um, but yeah. Checks my pulse says, is it muscle or sciatic? Stretching and heat to cold packs is about the only thing you can do. Best thing is don't sit around and body in motion stays in motion. Pro tip from an old construction worker. Yeah, definitely. I think it's muscle related. It's not sciatic because it doesn't go down my leg. It's really localized to like my back and waist. And I was having spasms last night in my back. It felt like I was sitting in a vibrating chair. My back was going so crazy. So yeah, I'm definitely trying to stay in motion. I'm trying to get up during this live stream, and oh, but it just hurts. But yeah, thanks for that tip. Mark says, God bless you, brother. I see the cross in the background. God first, family second. Third, keeping your crypto secure. Keep going strong. Absolutely. Mark, glory to God in the highest. Um, Moiser, Moiser, doubt I'm saying your name right, but asked, should I have another computer to buy crypto? I don't think that's necessary. If you want to, you can, but you don't need a dedicated computer to safely buy and store your crypto. That's kind of where the cold wallet comes in. You could buy your crypto on an exchange and then send it to a cold wallet, and you're going to be good. Arm for the Glory says, what about LEPAL X? Is manufactured in Hong Kong? Is it safe? Um, so most of the wallets on the market are manufactured in China. I wouldn't look at just where it's manufactured to determine whether it's safe or not. You just want to look at its reputation as well as, if it's open source or not. You want to check if the wallet or the company has done um, independent security audits by using, parties besides themselves to audit their products and find backdoors. The X card, I don't know. I reached out to them and asked. I don't think they had a security audit done externally. They obviously do their own internal audits. Um, but yeah, I mean, most wallets on the market are made in China. The exception being Ledger is actually manufactured in France. So there's that. And then the Flex and Stacks models are actually manufactured in somewhere else. I forget. It's not China though. Steve says, love the Tangem hat. pretty dirty, but I'm getting good use out of it. Thank you, Steve. Hey, if I want to swap on Ledger Live, let's say 200 euro Bitcoin to ETH, do I need a KYC? Thanks. I don't know. It depends on what third party you're using to do the swap and what their limit is before you have to KYC. In my experience, it's usually closer to, I think, like $500 to KYC. So just depends. Kelzer said, hi, what's up, Kelzer83? The Talking Toucan, a legend on the channel, and says, legend, great channel, great info. Thank you, Talking Toucan. Peace of mind. For Tangem, should I make a seed phrase or not? Personally, I like using a seed phrase. If you don't use a seed phrase, you are reliant on the cards to access your crypto. That means if you lose all your cards or if they all got damaged for some reason, you would lose access to your crypto. Whereas if you have the seed phrase, you can take that seed phrase and import it into virtually any hardware wallet to access your crypto. So that's just what I would consider. Is the Ledger Flex worth buying? Asks Clips. Um, is it worth buying? It depends. It depends. If you want a Ledger wallet and you prefer like a larger touchscreen, then yes, it is worth buying. If you just want like a basic wallet that's going to secure your crypto, then maybe you don't need a Ledger Flex. Maybe you want something like the Ledger Nano X, which is smaller and cheaper. But if you just want like a really beginner friendly wallet with a larger, like easy to read touchscreen, then I would say the Ledger Flex is a good buy. Um, yeah, so it just depends. Esperton says F the scammers for sure, for sure. Sup scammers, scammers suck. Yeah, they're definitely watching this live stream, guys. So everyone say, what's up, scammers? Watch, I'll get a phone call in like 3 seconds. Lemon Lucas says, have you ever used the EliPal X card? Yes, I have. I have a review on my channel if you want to check it out. Just type in EliPal X card review and a video should pop up from my channel. Steve says, if you use one of your Tangent wallets to connect to dApps, if you factory reset that wallet and create a new seed phrase, will it protect you again from the like malicious dApps? Yes, it would because it'd be a completely new wallet at that point because you would create a new seed phrase. So, quick take his arm, yeah, right, because my seed phrase is hidden in my arm. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a big scar, like right there. There's a big scar. I got titanium in there, I think, and a bunch of screws. They actually, funny story about that. I messed up. I tore a tendon completely off my bone when I was working out. This was when I was younger, and so I had to go in for surgery so they could reattach the tendon. But they had to shorten my ulna, which is that bone right here. So they had to saw into it with like it was like, "Eh," and I actually woke up during the surgery. I'm not even kidding. While they were sawing into my arm. Now, of course, I was heavily sedated and I couldn't feel anything, but I could feel the vibration, and obviously I could hear it. And then I just remember the doctor or whatever saying like, "Oh, give him more anesthesia or whatever," and then I blacked out again. But yeah, I actually woke up during the surgery. So while they were sawing into my bone, that was crazy. But yeah, if you take off my arm and you're expecting a seed phrase in my plate inside of my arm, you're gonna be pretty disappointed. I'm not gonna lie. Lemon Lucas says, "Can you please do a video on how to send crypto money to your bank account, please?" I already have a video. I already have that video made. Lemon, lemon. Let me pull it up so I can show you what it looks like, and you can go and watch it. Let me show you. Let me show you how to. I think it's how to cash out crypto to bank. Here we go. So this is Lemon. The video that you probably watch is how to cash out crypto from cold wallet to bank. But this is really works for like any wallet you use. So this one with me holding that cash money. And then again, any one of you looking for, if you want to plan your crypto exit strategy, like how to take profit come the peak of the bull run, definitely go and watch the how to take crypto profit video when you have time. It's the top video on my channel and gives you a bunch of information and a bunch of different methods for taking profit. So I highly recommend that video. Also, so I'm going to keep saying it because tomorrow is the last day. But Ledger is having their sale. The biggest deal of the year. You get $80 worth of free Bitcoin if you buy a wallet. That's if you buy the Ledger Stacks. You get $70 worth of free Bitcoin if you buy the Ledger Flex, which is this one. You get $50 worth of Bitcoin if you buy the Ledger Nano X, which is this guy. And you get $30 worth of free Bitcoin if you buy the Nano S Plus. Plus, both the Flex and the Stacks model now come with the Ledger Recovery Key, which is $40 if you buy it by itself. So you're literally getting up to $120 worth of value for the price of the wallet. Plus, you get the wallet. And the link to that deal is in the description of this live stream. And that deal, the last day for that is tomorrow. But I was gonna say, like, if you're still having a hard time determining what Ledger wallet is right for you, I would go watch this video. It's best Ledger wallet, Nano X, S Plus, Flex, or Stacks. So in this video, I compare all the Ledger models, and it'll really just help make your decision easier. And yeah, and then you can click the link in that video, and you'll still get the deal. Also, if you just want to learn more about Ledger, I just published this video, 30 Ledger wallet questions need answered before buying. And in that video, I answer a lot of controversial topics about like being open source, about it having a backdoor, which it doesn't, and things like that. So yeah, if you're interested, definitely go check that out. Mojo Loco Doco Dojo says, I don't remember if I set up my Tangem wallet with or without a seed phrase. Do you have a video on how to check this? And if no, can I add one now? I wish my other phone was charged. You should be able to open your Tangem Wallet app, and then where it shows the two cards at the top of the screen on the left-hand corner, I think, it'll say seed phrase if you have one set up. But the fact that you don't know if you have a seed phrase mojo is honestly kind of scary. If you have a seed phrase and you like don't know where it's at, then you essentially you lost the key to your wallet, which is, I mean, at this point you'd be screwed because there's no way to check your seed phrase or like to view it once you've created it. So that's scary. That's scary. If you're setting up a cold wallet, you need to be responsible with your keys. You need to set a designated spot where your seed phrase is going to remain secure and where you'll know you can always access it. But yeah, that's honestly really scary that you don't know if you set it up with or without a seed phrase. As far as if you want to restart the process and set up a seed phrase, I do have a video on how to do that process safely as well, because it can be a risk if you have crypto on your wallet. Let me bring up that video. So anyone who wants to basically reset their Ledger wallet, or sorry, their Tangent wallet, and do it safely and maybe like create a new seed phrase, this is what the video you want to watch. Set up your Tangent wallet without a seed phrase, quick fix. Go watch that video. In that video, I show you how to factory reset your Tangent wallet safely and set up a seed phrase. So hopefully that helps. How do you transfer crypto to Tangent wallet? Just type in on YouTube how to send crypto to Tangent wallet and my video will pop up. So when you recover Tangent wallet on, say, MetaMask, if something happens in 10 years and Tangent isn't around, yes, you can. You could also recover it on any other cold wallet. There's 140 says, hey, Cyberscribble, love your videos. Out of curiosity, have you tried the Decent wallet? What are your thoughts on it? Don't know if you heard my thoughts earlier, but Decent is not a wallet I recommend. It's 100% closed source, meaning that no one except for the company can claim or verify that any of the claims the company makes is true, which is kind of scary because then you're just completely trusting the company. Whereas most other cold wallet companies have at least some aspect of closed source code that really anyone can check if they have the technical know-how. So Decent is not a wallet I recommend. And the reason a lot of people recommend it is because Decent pays YouTubers literally just to like publish a video. I think they offer them like 50 bucks or more to just post a video. And that's why you see a lot of Decent videos. I think we're getting to the end of the chat here. Let's see where we're at. So I'm caught up. Okay, cool. You guys had a lot of questions, but hey, that's what live tech support's here for. Arm for Glory says, what would be the safest cold wallet you recommend? Again, I can't stress this enough, guys. There's no such thing as the safest cold wallet or the best cold wallet. There's only best for you. Um, Determining what wallet is safe really comes down to your experience level and your knowledge of just crypto and wallets in general. If it's your first cold wallet and you have like no idea what you're doing, I recommend something simple like Tangem. It's a secure wallet. It's also easy to use. If another one would be Ledger, any of the Ledger wallets, it's a little more technically involved than Tangem because with Tangem, literally all you need is your phone and the app. With Ledger, you have to do some confirmations on the physical device. But for beginners, I'd say Tangem and specifically the Ledger Flex or Ledger Stacks are the best wallets. Peace of Mind says, is having different cold wallets with different seed phrases like having multiple bank accounts to store your crypto? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's a good way to diversify your crypto. Esperton said, crazy story. Don't worry, I won't take your arm. That's a little crazy, just a little bit. Love the videos and info. Appreciate it. Of course. Of course, of course. Thanks for being here. Checks my pulse says AI supercomputer could probably figure out seed words. No, it can't. Nope, nope, nope. We're not even close to that. We're not even close to that. Quantum computing is not even close to being able to crack a seed phrase. Um, okay, I'm gonna try to say your name. Is it Jure or Jure? Jure? I don't know. I'm giving it like a Spanish accent, and I don't. Is it Jure? Jure Plasonic? Maybe. Anyways, hi. Thanks for the tangent instructions. It really helped. What are your thoughts on Ethereum hype the last few weeks? I don't have any thoughts on the Ethereum hype, honestly. I don't really have much thoughts on the market, at least not that I'm willing to share. I'd say a lot of stuff follows Bitcoin, so it makes sense that Ethereum goes up when Bitcoin goes up. Slapshot says, "Sorry, I think I missed the answer earlier, but any good portfolio breakdown videos?" If Slapshot, if you're wondering about what I own, no, that's not something that I share. Mojo Loco Dojo, thank you very much. You are welcome. Fozy Wolf, do you have any opinions on precious metal stablecoin? I do not. Ure says, I find Tangem simple and easy to carry than any other wallet. Yeah, Tangem is by far the best wallet like to travel with. Um, it's the most discreet, it's the most durable. So if you live an active lifestyle or travel, then yeah, Tangem's probably your best bet. Checks my pulse. Cool. Thanks for the info. You're welcome. Liked and subbed. I appreciate you. Majid said, I'm doing good. And where are you from? What's up, Majid? I'm in the United States. Steve, I think it's so very important to let people know if you plan to factory reset Tangent that there be no crypto in the wallet prior to the reset. Yeah, of course. That video that I shared that everyone should watch if they want to do that explains that very well. So it's a good point. What's up, Majid? Thanks for being here. Exodus got seized. Is that a safe wallet? No, Exodus is a hot wallet, meaning when your keys are created, it's stored on the software on your internet connected device, which is what you want to avoid because it's easy nowadays to get malware on your phone or computer. And if your keys are stored on your phone or computer, that's how they get compromised. This has been happening since 2011. One of the first one of the first major Bitcoin hacks, where a Bitcoin Talk forum user lost 25,000 Bitcoin, not $25,000, 25,000 Bitcoin, because he had his keys stored on his computer in an encrypted like file manager, and he ended up getting malware on his computer and lost his 25,000 Bitcoin, which would be worth billions of dollars today. So no, you don't. Long story short, you don't want to use Exodus to store your crypto. It's fine for a hot wallet, but not for like actually storing crypto. Next, my poll says looking for safest ways to do long-term hex stakes, 10 to 15 years, something offline, cold storage. Um, I mean, I'm sure you could use a cold wallet to do that, but you'd have to use an external platform. So you're still going to be relying on some kind of online platform. Tony says, so if I have 500 XRP in my wallet and someone sends 50, you said don't touch it. How can I move 500 XRP knowing which 50 isn't mine? I don't know why someone would randomly send you 50 XRP. If it lets you move it, then it lets you move it. That's fine. Where the risk comes in is people will get sent these fake tokens, and you go to send it or you go to sell it, and attached to it is a website where it says, go to this website. Maybe it doesn't let you sell it, or maybe it says to claim like rewards, and it has you go to a website. That's where the risk comes in because it's going to be a phishing website. Cody says, if a crypto you hold goes to zero, what happens to the coins in your wallet? Nothing happens to your coins. You still hold the same amount of coins. It just won't be worth anything. Like, let's say I had $100 bill and the value of the US dollar, was zero. Well, then I just have $100 bill that was worth $0. It's the same for crypto. So even if you have one Bitcoin that today is worth $116,000, but tomorrow uh, everyone sells their Bitcoin and it drops to $0, you would still have one Bitcoin. It would just be worth $0. Lutheron says, "Is it safe to connect a ledger to MetaMask?" Yes, it is. As long as you're not entering your seed phrase into MetaMask, you want to go into MetaMask, your wallet, go to the accounts, and then tap the Connect Hardware Wallet button and choose Ledger. That's a safe way to do it. Peace of mind. Can you explain to me why I'd want to travel with my crypto wallet? Well, I don't know why you would want to travel with your crypto wallet, but if you're someone who is actively trading or has coins that you're closely monitoring to maybe take profit, then you would probably want to bring it with you because you don't want to be out on vacation for a week and have your crypto go 10x and then drop to zero. Um, so that would be a reason why. If you're just holding, if you just have a crap ton of Bitcoin and you're just planning to hold it for the next 10 years, then yeah, you probably don't want to travel with it. That's one reason that I could think of. Maybe you have someone you live with that you don't trust. Maybe you want to take your wallet with you. I don't know. Janie said, if I have hidden wallet on my phone, can it hack my Tangem wallet or hack my 24 C words from Tangem card? Nope. That's the point of using the cold wallet. Um, since the seed phrase is stored on the secure element chip inside the cards, having malware on your phone isn't going to affect your seed, your keys that's on the card. It's completely separate and offline, and that chip that is stored on is immune to remote and physical attacks like malware. Ure says, when will the Tangem Visa card come out? Do you have any information? I do. It's planned to come out by the end of this year, but only in select countries like Europe and the UK. That's the most recent info I have. Callie Kill says, thanks. You're welcome. Janie says, same question for desktop. If I have a malware on my desktop, can it hack my Trezor wallet? No, it can't. That's the whole point of using cold wallets. It isolates the keys to your crypto in a secure environment. So if something like that does happen, your crypto isn't compromised. Darren says, is it safer to sell your crypto through third-party apps in your cold wallet or still send it back to an exchange for selling? Thank you. Well, it's really the same thing, Derek, or sorry, Darren. It's really the same thing because those third parties are still just centralized exchanges. Personally, I like sending back to my preferred exchange and selling there versus selling through the third party apps because the third parties usually have way higher fees than if you just send it to your preferred exchange. That's been my experience. So that's what I like to do, and it takes the same amount of time or less. You know, when Tangem will release a debit Visa card end of the year, but again, only in select countries. Is the Trezor Model T still a good wallet for Bitcoin? I don't recommend the old Trezor wallets anymore. Both the Model 1 and Model T are out of date, in my opinion. Neither of those wallets have the secure element chip, which is the industry standard nowadays. That's the reason why Joe, this guy named Joe, you can look it up on YouTube, was able to hack the Trezor Model 1 and recover his $2 million worth of crypto. Well, that's one reason. So, from a physical security standpoint, the new Trezor Safe 3 and Safe 5 are more secure than the old Trezor models. Checks my polls. Hex is immutable code I can run on my own computer with trustless yield. Just trying to use a wallet that is offline cold storage until end stake. Hide keys old school buried under. Um, yeah, I mean, I guess you just need to find a wallet that supports Hex then, no? I'm not sure if I can help you with that. Esperton said, I'll probably get the Tangem ring next, but I might hold off until there are new colors. To be honest, the wife might be upset. I have just now finally got her to accept crypto is a good investment. Yeah, I don't know how long it'll be till Tangem comes out with colored rings. Could be a while. I don't know if that's their priority. I think Tangem Pay and just making the current Tangem wallet is priority over new colors. But I could be wrong. But yeah, I really like the Tangem ring. One of my favorite wallets by far. Um, it's just so cool and easy to travel with. So, Arm for Glory says, thanks for all your help. Thanks for being here. Darren said, thank you for answering my question. You're very welcome. Esperton said, I get it. It's like any other investment. You can make money and you can lose money. Yep, exactly. Farouk says, which cold wallet companies other than Tangem do not use seed phrases? And can you explain why you prefer Tangem, though it doesn't have the seed phrase feature? Thanks so much. I think the new Rider One wallet doesn't use a seed phrase, but to be very clear, Tangem does support using a seed phrase. It just lets the user decide. You can use it with or without a seed phrase. I use my Tangem wallet with the seed phrase, and that's what I like to do. So Tangem isn't a seedless only wallet anymore. You can use the seed phrase with it. Sex My Pulse says, if you're wearing the ring, you can transfer crypto. Might be a target. Yes, you can transfer crypto when you're wearing the ring, but why would I be a target? Who's going to know it's a crypto wallet? There's no markings on it. Um, there's plenty of normal rings that look exactly like the Tangem ring. It's meant to be discreet. Um, you have to take the ring off to use it. Unless you're going around telling people that the specific ring you have is a crypto wallet, you're not going to be a target. Um, so yeah, that's just my thought. Esperton said, I wouldn't transfer the crypto in front of anyone. Got to be tactical about it, dude. Yeah, for sure. You don't want to like probably be sending money in public, especially with all the cameras around. Yeah. Also, the same could be said about the ring. That you could be a target. The same could be said for literally anything. You could be targeted because you have money in your pocket, because of clothes you wear, because the way you look. Um, you could say that for literally anything. Well, like specifically the ring, unless you're telling people that your crypto is on a ring, it's yeah, not gonna matter. Janie says, "Love you, Alex. You're so helpful. Thank you, Janie. Very kind words. I appreciate you." Hooray, hooray! You gotta tell me if I'm saying your name right. I'm curious how to say it. Hooray, Plasonic. How common is it in the USA to pay with crypto instead of fiat currency? I live in Europe, so I'm asking out of curiosity. Curiosity. It's not that common. Not that common. It's more of like what's the word? Um, I don't know, it's more like a novelty thing. I don't think anyone's actually like paying in crypto. There are some car dealerships, like there's a popular Tesla car dealership in Utah here in the US that accepts crypto. They accept like Bitcoin, XRP, Ethereum. So there are some big purchases you can make with crypto, but as far as like daily purchases, I don't think a lot of people are doing it. Fisco says, hi, what's up, Fisco? Steve, have you used a coin mixer to further decentralize your assets? No, I have not. I don't really see a reason to do that. I'm not like a criminal that's on the run or scamming people trying to stay, I don't know. Um, Jesus loves you. Yes, he does. Jesus loves us all. Very true, Suzanne. All glory to God. Cody says, if I sent crypto like Axel on BP20 to my wallet, and I buy more Axle from another exchange, but it's on the EVM chain, will the two merge in my wallet or will I have two different addresses, the same coin? You'll have two different addresses, the same coin. If you wanted it on the same address on the same network, you'd have to bridge it. Yep, yep. God is good every day. God is good all the time. Yes, he is. Hi from Australia, looks like. What's up, Aiden? Um, so for anyone who's just joining, the one thing that I do want to mention, if you're looking for a cold wallet, a hardware wallet, which is the safest way to secure your crypto. Ledger has been in the game since like 2014, one of the best wallets on the market. That's why companies, I haven't mentioned this yet, but Ledger has their own security team called the Ledger Donjon. And it's a team of white hat hackers with unlimited time, tools, and money to try and hack wallets. They do this, they're the good guys, right? They're who build the Ledger wallets. The funny thing is even though this is Ledger security team, companies like Trezor, Tangem, Cold Card all have received critical feedback about their products from Ledger security team that have actually basically saved their wallets because they notified them of vulnerabilities, um, and they were able to fix it before any public statements were made. So it's funny that other wallet companies also rely on Ledger security team to help make their products more secure. So that's something to consider. That said, if you are considering getting a Ledger wallet, they're having their biggest deal of the year right now. And the link to this deal, if you want to look at it, while I'm telling you, you can just find that link in the description of this live stream. It'll take you straight to the deal page. Excuse me. But if you buy Ledger Stacks right now, they have 4 wallets. Ledger Stacks being their most premium one, you get $80 in free Bitcoin. If you buy the Ledger Flex, which is my personal favorite wallet, you get $70 in free Bitcoin. If you buy the Nano X, which is the first hardware wallet I ever bought, it's an OG in the space. You get the Ledger Nano X, you get $50 in free Bitcoin. Or if you buy the Nano S Plus, which is like their entry level wallet, also doesn't have a battery. If you want a wallet without a battery, it's the S Plus is what you want. You get $30 worth of free Bitcoin, um, and that Bitcoin will come in the form of a physical voucher that you will scratch and then scan the QR code once you receive your wallet, and you'll be able to recover it in Ledger Live, which is Ledger's app. Also, though, all Ledger Flex and Stacks wallet now come with Ledger's recovery key, which is a secure backup for your seed phrase. So instead of having to enter your seed phrase, you can just store it on this card, which is pin protected. And basically, you don't have to whip out your seed phrase every time you need to access your wallet. You can scan this. It is only available for the Stacks and the Flex models since they have NFC or near field communication, and it comes free with those two models. You don't have to add it to your cart or anything. It's just included in the package when it shows up at your doorstep. Same with the Bitcoin voucher. So that's literally, if you buy this on its own, it's 40 bucks. So you're getting, up to $80 a Bitcoin plus the $40 recovery key. So that's a $120 value. Plus you still get the wallet, one of the most secure wallets on the market. So if you're already considering getting a Ledger wallet, it makes sense to get it now while this deal is live. The deal ends tomorrow is the last day. So if you want to look at the deal or just consider it, the link to it is in the description of this live stream. And that's like my little sales pitch for the entire video. Um, if you use that link, I get a small commission. at no extra cost to you. Of course, you get the free Bitcoin and the free product if you get the whatever wallet you get, right? Um, but yeah. Anyways, enough of that. Enough of that. Fisco says, "Yo, I hate taxes. Me too. Every time tax season rolls around, I get like, oh, I get the worst feeling in my stomach. It's brutal, man. Just having our money taken from us." Fisco says, "Yo, I'm Muslim." Oh, okay, okay. Nothing wrong with that, my guy. Isn't Kraken making an app to help incentivize more crypto purchases? Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Since you don't share thoughts on specific coins and you discuss your buying habits, research process, triggers. Oh, since you don't share your thoughts on specific coins, can you discuss your buying habits, research process, and triggers to buy? Um, Probably not. I do share certain things. Like I share, like there's a recent video on my channel, how to invest in crypto for beginners. There's how to take crypto profit. There's how to stake crypto. That's about as strategy specific as I get. I'm not going to show you how to read charts or anything like that because I think that's, for the most part, is complete BS. I don't think if there are people that can like actually read charts and use that data to tell when there's like a good and bad time to buy, I think it's very few and far between, and there's probably like 1% of people that can do that. But I think a lot of people will sell you like the how to read charts and when's the best time to buy and what coins to buy. I think they package that and wrap it up in like a course or um, like a group to join so that they can just get your monthly subscription payment. Um, so I'm just not huge on like on advertising like what coins to buy or when to buy them. I'm more about the fundamentals. I think that's more important of how the technology works and how to secure it. It's up to you to figure out what you want to buy. That's not something anyone else should decide for you, but I can definitely help you understand how the underlying technology works and how to help you avoid getting scammed, since that's how 99% of people lose money in the space. So that's my focus. If you want, um, if you want something else that I don't provide, then you can get that on another channel. But I would just caution you: be careful who you're getting your advice from, because um, notable crypto influencers with 10 times the followers as me are verified scammers. They have articles written about them. They have blockchain investigators who have confirmed they are scammers, and some of them have even admitted to being scammers themselves. Um, but over time, people just forget. New users come in the space and they have no idea that these people are scamming them. Um, so yeah, that's all I got to say about that. Ah, the J in my name is pronounced more like you. Anyways, thanks for the information. Have a good day. So it'd be like ure, ure, or yure. Well, I tried my best. Anyways, thank you so much for sharing that. Arun Telugu Explorer. Love your channel and very informative. Keep up the good work. My question is, the exchange charging so much gas fees and then credit card exchange fees. So how to keep it minimal or exchange with less fees. So exchange fees are not something that the exchange, sorry, let me, so gas fees is not something that the exchange is in control of. Gas fees, also known as network fees or blockchain fees, those are determined by the network that your crypto is on. So like Ethereum gas fees, Bitcoin network fees, Solana network fees, those are solely dependent on the network you're using. They have nothing to do with the wallet or exchange you're using, and they're more dependent on how busy or how congested the network is at the time of your transaction. The busier the network is, the more you're going to pay generally. Um, so the solution to that would be to use either cheaper networks, if that's an option for you, or transact when less people are using the network, which, depending on what part of the world you're in, could be like very late at night or early in the morning. As far as exchange fees, you have a couple options. You could just shop around different exchanges and find the one with the lowest fees, or you could maybe look into subscribing to like one of the pro plans that the exchanges offers, where you have zero trading fees up to like $10,000 a month or something. So that would be my recommendation. Dob says, what are your thoughts about the 25th word phrase, seed phrase, also known as the passphrase or hidden wallet? One of the best security features I think that any wallet offers, as long as you understand how it works, and that you can only access that wallet with the seed phrase and passphrase combo. I think it's one of the best things you can do for your crypto security. So I'm a fan of it as long as you understand the risks of it, which is again, you just need to know both your passphrase and your seed phrase to access your crypto. That's the real risk. Peace of mind says if Tangem doesn't have firmware updates, does that make it more vulnerable? More vulnerable to what? Um, because it does have updates. Like it can still, you can still, they do security updates through the app. They do new networks and new features that can all be added through the app. Where it might become an issue is if there was like some kind of major blockchain infrastructure change um, that maybe couldn't be solved through a simple app update. That's very like theoretical though. Um, so I don't know. As of now, there haven't been any issues with that. But maybe long term, maybe 10, 15, 20 years down the line, maybe it could be an issue. But at the same time, I mean, at that point, maybe none of the wallets on the market would be a good fit, you know? I don't know. It's hard to say. Cody says, I use your code to get my wallet and sub. Thank you. Thank you, Cody. You're a real one for that. I appreciate you. And thanks for all the good questions this live stream. Esperton said, I'm sure you answered this before, but I'm assuming you recommend having a cold wallet for long-term holds and one for short-term holds. Trading, not connected to any exchanges. Yeah, you can definitely do it that way. My my process more is like you don't need a cold wallet just for trading. As long as you're not keeping crypto on your trading wallet, like you're just funding the wallet, doing the trade, and then getting that crypto back in your cold wallet. Then you could just use a hot wallet. I call it my burner wallet. Like for my trades, I'll use something like Phantom or MetaMask, and then once I get the crypto that I'm buying or whatever, I just send it to my cold wallet for safekeeping until I'm ready to sell or whatever. Arm for Glory says, how much crypto would you recommend holding on Tangem? That's not something that I can advise. I'm not going to tell you how much crypto that I keep on my Tangem wallet, and I can't tell you how much you should keep on yours. This is really a personal thing. What could be a lot of crypto to me might not be much at all to you. So it really depends on what you're comfortable with keeping on your wallet. That goes for any wallet, not just Tangem. So if you the scenario that I like to think of is if I woke up tomorrow and let's say I had all my crypto stored on one wallet. If I woke up tomorrow and all my crypto was gone, like would I be upset? Would I lose sleep over it the next day? If the answer is yes, then you should probably diversify your crypto at least into a few different wallets. Any Byte said, is using a seed phrase with Tangem a complete cold wallet? In my opinion, it is because even though it generates the seed phrase and displays it on the app, this is a temporary action just long enough for you to record it. You could also technically do this part offline if you want to. I don't, but you can do it. But it's not stored on the app or on your phone like it is with a hot wallet. Once your seed phrase is generated and once you move past that step, it's completely erased from your device, transferred to your card, and secured offline. So, Run Telugu Explorer says, I have doubts on those titanium plates where you can print your seed phrase. How is it safe if the company knows their seed phrase? Asking out of curiosity. Guys, when you order a metal seed phrase plate, whether it's a titanium one or like the one that I use, the Keystone tablet, they don't you don't tell them your seed phrase. And if there's a company asking you for your seed phrase, they're scamming you. They send you the plate with nothing on it, and you put the seed phrase on it yourself. They give you the tools to put the seed phrase on it. You don't tell them your seed phrase. That would be a terrible business. Um, don't do that. You buy the seed phrase plate and then you put the seed phrase on it. Cody says, is there a way to report phishing scam address on Tangem app? No, there's not. Nope. Tony says, if I have a Tangem wallet and lose or damage it and buy a new Tangem and set up with recovery seed phrase, all my crypto's on the new Tangem automatically, and is my old Tangem account still active? Hold on, let me read that again because I was for some reason I was spacing out there. So you have a Tangem wallet, now you lose or damage it, you buy a new Tangem wallet, and you set it up with the recovery seed phrase. So if you let's say you have two cards right now and you have your seed phrase, you lose your cards, you still have your seed phrase, you buy two new cards. During the setup, you go to the import seed phrase option, you enter your seed phrase from your old Tangem cards. Yes, you will recover all the crypto that's on your old cards, and it'll be like you never lost them. It'll be the same exact wallet. Fozy Wolf says, for tax purposes, is there any point to switch to first switch to something like USDT, then switch to fiat, or just go straight to fiat? No, there's no reason you'd want to do that. It doesn't make any difference. Doesn't make any difference. Cody Connell, order report any address you have been scammed by to get them shut down. Uh, no, you wouldn't do that in the Tangem app. You would do that externally. I mean, you can report like certain website URLs to the FBI on their website. You can give them all the information of what happened. That would be your best way of reporting it. There's also some websites that I don't know what it is off the top of my head. You'd have to Google it, where you report the URL, and then basically when someone visits it, it'll show up as like they'll get like a warning message. So that'd be your best option, but there's nothing like that that you can do through the cold wallet directly. Sydney's family, can you recommend any other channels? Any other crypto channels? Oh boy, not really. I don't watch a ton of other crypto channels just because I think they're all massive shills, or they all just talk about what Bitcoin is doing every day, which I don't care. Um, I would say just be very cautious of what channels you watch. One channel I will say that I like that I watched before I ever started this channel was Crypto Dad. We cover a lot of the same stuff, um, but I really like the Crypto Dad. I think he shares a lot of good information, and he also talks more about the fundamentals of how to do stuff versus like shilling random coins that he's probably getting or that those people probably get paid to promote. But I'd be like very cautious of any crypto YouTuber who is talking about like maybe coins that you haven't heard of or new coins, just because they're probably paid to promote them and they might not disclose that with you. But yeah, that's about all I say. There's not a lot of channels that I can recommend. Can you integrate Jupiter Exchange to Ledger Live? You can use Jupiter Exchange from Ledger Live if you want to. Hi, can I use every Tangem card as a separate wallet without adding a backup? So to set up one Tangem wallet, you need to use two cards because the Tangem app requires you to have one primary card and one backup card. So that means if you bought a three pack, but you only used two of the three cards, that extra one card would be worthless because you can't set up a wallet with it. That said, if you want to set up, let's say you want three different wallets, you could buy two three packs of Tangem cards. So you'd have a total of six Tangem cards, and you could have three wallets because you'd have two cards per wallet. Um, so you could do it that way. If you are going to do that, if you are going to buy multiple Tangem wallets or multiple cards to make multiple wallets, definitely make sure to use my discount code CyberSkrilla, all one word, the name of this channel, and that'll save you a lot of money on your purchase. One says TA works if you learn it, but it's still not a guarantee. And I agree they're scammers, but there are also some that are really good that don't even sell or have sponsors for products. Yeah, but TA for what? Because like, unless it's Bitcoin, 99% of crypto is literally manipulated by bots and fake trading volume. So how can you do TA on something that is fake? You can't. So yeah, you TA might work in some cases, but in 99% of the cases, I don't think it does. And I don't really see the value in like TAing crypt or TAing like something like Bitcoin I don't know. It's just weird to me. I know a ton of people are interested in that, but just not something I've ever gotten into. Ibrahim Saab, Alex, I've already answered this question that you asked earlier. Can two people have the same seed phrase and not know it because one of them has a passphrase? No. One, no one will have the same seed phrase. I don't believe that's technically possible. Also, even if they did, they would know it because in order to set up a passphrase, you'd have to access the seed phrase first. So Slapshot says, so Kraken is your main exchange. What's your backup? Yeah, Kraken is my main exchange. I also have accounts on, I mean, I really have accounts on pretty much every major crypto exchange. I have a Robinhood account. I have a crypto.com account. I have, I think I have a Gemini account. I don't ever use them, but I do have them ready. I also have accounts through the third party providers that are offered through like Tangem and stuff. So I have a lot of different accounts, but I never use them. And I've never had to use them because Kraken, since I started using Kraken, has been like, whew, it's been so good compared to Coinbase, which is complete garbage. Um, yeah. Robert says, what's your opinion on Jack Claver? Don't have an opinion on Jack. Alan Scorpio. Capital One says, what's in your wallet? Yeah, for real. Buzz off, Capital One. Fix my pulse. Always break up into amounts that you're okay with losing just in case something gets compromised. It's not everything. Yep, for sure. Diversification is key to operational security, in my opinion. Hopefully, no tax on crypto in the USA. That would be sweet. If the government doesn't have crypto laws or even describe what they consider a crypto asset, how can we be taxed on it? I don't know. I'm not like I'm not a tax advisor or government branch. All I know is that people have been screwed for not paying their taxes. People have ended up in prison. People have been fined. Um, and that's just not a risk that I'm willing to take. So that's why I choose to file my taxes. You can do whatever you want. If you don't want to pay taxes, that's up to you. Nathan Mon said, "Can Tangem steal my crypto because I don't know my seed phrase if it's stored in the chip?" No, Tangem does not have access to the key that's stored in your chip. So no. Yep, taxation is theft. Yep, I agree. Not saying it isn't. I'm just saying I'd rather not go to prison. So that's why I pay my taxes. Mm. Thanks for your patience in responding. Want to pick your thoughts. When crypto becomes mainstream, how would the buying process work for getting any commodities in future and the fluctuating prices? Um, well, I mean, they already do that now. Like I mentioned earlier, there is a car dealership, a popular Tesla dealership. It's a used Tesla dealership in Utah in the United States. They accept crypto, like Bitcoin, ETH, and XRP. Of course, all those cryptocurrencies fluctuate. And the way they do it is just at the time of sale, basically when they're signing the contract, they just look up the current value of the crypto, and that's the price they agree upon, and they send it to the wallet, and that's that. Um, but as far as when it's mainstream, I don't know how it'll work. I don't know if the world will have one main crypto, like a one world digital currency, which is very possible. But I don't know. Hello, what is the best XRP to purchase? Don't know what you mean. If you're talking about what network to purchase on, I don't know either. I like Ivan on Tech, Adam Stokes for Bitcoin. Yeah, I'm not a fan of some of those guys, but if that's what you like watching, then that's your choice. Cody Deeb, just XRP itself. Okay, replying to him. How do I know that my Ledger wallet is an authentic one? Number one, anytime you buy a wallet, guys, always buy it directly from the manufacturer's website. Don't buy it from Amazon. Definitely don't buy it from eBay or something like Facebook Marketplace. Terrible idea. I know some people buy it from Best Buy. Probably safe. Still not something I would do. So the best way that you can ensure that any wallet you get is legit is to buy it directly from the manufacturer's website. This also can help reduce the number of hands that it goes through, right? Um, but fortunately for wallets like Ledger and Trezor and Tangem, they all have a firmware authentication step. So when you initially set up the wallet, and then when you connect it to like Ledger Live, for example, you can run a firmware authentication check, and that basically tells you, hey, you're using a real Ledger wallet. The other thing you'd want to check for, obviously, is if your seed phrase is if you open up the wallet and the seed phrase is already set up, like it doesn't have you create a brand new seed phrase, that'd be a red flag that you have a compromised wallet. Okay. Jake says, I can't send crypto from Coinbase to Tangent without having a little bit in an asset. Is that just the protocol? I don't know what you mean, honestly. I'm probably just overthinking it, but I don't know what you mean by that, Jake. If you just give me a little more info, I could probably answer that. Can I trust the Robinhood broker? I don't think you could really trust anyone, honestly. I mean, if you're just using it to buy, I think that's fine, and then get your crypto into a cold wallet so that you control it and you could trust yourself. See, Lee says, I have a cracked account. Do I still need to get a cold wallet? I don't know what a cracked account is, Lee, but it doesn't sound good. Esperton says, tell us how you really feel about Coinbase. I can't stand them either. Look, I used Coinbase for years. I used them for years, and I thought I liked them. But boy, did I find out the hard way that I did not like them, and I'll never use them again. Now, to be fair, like all crypto exchanges are the same. They all they all own and control your crypto. They're all custodial wallets, meaning they hold the keys to your crypto. So any exchange has the ability to freeze your funds, lock your account. They could shut down and run away with your crypto. Technically speaking, and this has happened many, 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 many times since the creation of Bitcoin. If you go watch a few videos back on my channel, the video is titled "How Bitcoin is Hacked." In that video, I share nine of the some of the largest Bitcoin hacks in history, and all but one of them were crypto exchanges that were basically rogue exchanges or experienced some kind of attack, and people lost a lot of crypto, the users. So that's why, yeah, I don't recommend storing crypto on any exchange, Coinbase or Kraken or anywhere. Jake says I could send Solana, but for XRP, I had to swap my Solana to XRP to then be able to receive on Tangent. Why? That doesn't sound right, and I don't know why. um, I will say that anytime you send XRP to a new wallet address, the XRP network requires a deposit of one XRP. So if you weren't depositing more than one XRP, that would be an issue. I probably wouldn't let you send it. You probably need to deposit, over one XRP, at least two or three XRP. Um, so that might have been the reason. Cozy Wolf said, I was watching one of your videos that talked about Vex Screener. When you went to the site, Ethereum had a quick intel option, but when I looked on Solana, I noticed that info was missing. Maybe that info just isn't available um, for coins on Solana, but let me check right quick. Let me check. What in the world? Solana. Let's click on some random coin. So I guess Cozy Wolf, the like on Solana on Dex Screener. Sorry. So this is a Solana token. It doesn't have the quick intel, but it does still have some things you should look for. It has the locked liquidity, which you want to see. And then also, if you come down to the audit section, this is something else you can check. Mintable, that's a good thing that it says no. That means they can't create more coins. And freezable means they can't just make it so you can't sell your crypto. So that's kind of like another version of the quick intel. So hopefully that kind of helps you out. Rook said, under which menu option do you go in the Tangem app to fund your seed phrase? Don't know what you mean. You don't, your seed phrase is something you get when you set up the wallet, and it's only used to recover your wallet, um, not to to receive crypto or anything. If you're looking to receive crypto, sounds like you might need to watch my video on how to do that. Type in how to send crypto to Tangem Wallet on YouTube and watch that video. Six, my poll says soon smart contracts to buy cars, houses, seeing websites that allow you to buy gift cards with crypto, stores, restaurant, hotels, airlines. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of places that let you buy things with crypto right now, like Trevella. They accept over, I think, 100 different cryptocurrencies, and you could basically buy your entire trip in crypto. But why is the question, right? I think it'd be pretty cool to buy like a vacation trip in crypto, but at the end of the day, it's like, why? I'm not going to spend my Bitcoin to do that. This doesn't make sense. Cody says, should we trust security rates for different crypto on the Tangem wallet, for example? Are you talking about the security trust score when you go to like the analytics thing? All that data is just pulled from like external platforms, and they give them a security score based on different factors. It's definitely something worth considering. I wouldn't make it like your North Star when considering buying a crypto, but if it has a bad trust score or a bad security rating, that's something to consider. Jake, I understand what you're saying about you had to swap your Solana and XRP. Um, but I don't know. I don't know why that would be. You're not giving me enough info. Like I said, if you're trying to send XRP to your Tangent wallet, and you're only trying to send like one XRP, that's not going to work because the when you create that new wallet address on your Tangent wallet and you send XRP to it, it requires a deposit of one XRP. So it takes one XRP from the amount you send. So if you're only trying to send one XRP, it probably wouldn't let you, is what I'm saying. But I don't know. I don't know if I can help you with the information you're giving me. TRX is 3.8 and XRP is 4.8. Why the difference? Um, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're referring to. Kenton, Flat Earth guy said, how many transactions can a cold wallet hold? If I buy a small amount several times a month, does a cold wallet eventually fill up? No, that's not how it works. Cold wallets don't hold transactions. They don't even hold crypto. The only thing cold wallets hold are the keys that are used to access and manage your crypto on the blockchain. All transactions live on the blockchain. The blockchain is a digital ledger of transactions. There's no limit to how many times you can transact when using a cold wallet, and there's no limit to the amount or value of crypto you can hold with a cold wallet. What are your thoughts on the Uphold Vault? I don't have any thoughts on that. I wouldn't use it as a way to store my crypto, though. I could say that. Jake says, once my crypto is in the Tangem app, it's on the card and safe. Again, that's not how it works. Crypto doesn't live in the app or on the card. Crypto only exists in one place, that is the blockchain. So the way it works with cold wallets is the physical wallet, in the case of Tangem, the card, it holds the keys that are used to access and manage your crypto, which lives on the blockchain. And that key basically gives you access to your accounts on the blockchain. So the keys are stored offline on the card. Now, the Tangem app is a middleman for your card and the blockchain. Since your wallet is offline and not connected to the internet, it needs to still have a way to communicate with the blockchain. And to do that, cold wallets use an app, such as the Tangem app. So The Tangem app is simply displaying all the data that is associated with your blockchain accounts, which is associated with your key. So in a sense, yes, if you see money in your Tangem Wallet app, then it's secured by the card. But just know that's not technically how it works because the app and the card don't actually store any crypto. It's just, yeah, it's not how it works. Can you please do a video about EFTs? Do you mean ETFs? Expect a Trezor, can a ledger be hacked? Also, current ledger wallets, none have been hacked, so I don't know. I don't believe so. No one has hacked a ledger wallet yet. Peace of mind. Can the amount of crypto like Bitcoin you can withdraw from an exchange be limited to a set amount per day? Like a bank ATM withdrawal limits how much you can withdraw in a day? Absolutely. Yep. Crypto exchanges do limit the amount of crypto you can withdraw. Usually depends on your KYC and past transaction history as well as where you live. I think a common daily limit for a lot of exchanges is around $100,000. Tammy Conley says, just joining the chat. Which wallet should I buy? That depends, Tammy. Depends on your experience level. Um, Tangem is one of the best for beginners. If you have any questions about Tangem, just type in Tangem Wallet Review and my videos will pop up on YouTube. The one sale that I've been kind of pitching in this live stream is Ledger, which has been around since 2014 as one of the most recognized wallets. Um, but the Ledger Flex, which is this wallet, and the Ledger Stacks are two of the most beginner-friendly wallets next to Tangem that I would recommend. And they're having their biggest deal of the year ever, which tomorrow is the last day to take advantage of that deal. That deal is you get $80 worth of free Bitcoin if you buy the Ledger Stacks, $70 worth of free Bitcoin if you buy the Flex, $50 worth of free Bitcoin if you buy the Ledger Nano X, or $30 worth of free Bitcoin if you buy the Nano S Plus. That said, the link to that deal is in the description of this live stream. Just tap that link; it'll take you to Ledger's website where you can take advantage of the deal. Then another thing I was going to mention is all Ledger Flex and Stacks wallets now come with the Ledger Recovery Key, which is a new product Ledger offers for the Flex and Stacks wallets only. And this is just a physical card that holds the key to your wallet and is secured by your own PIN code that you set up. And after three failed PIN code attempts, it actually erases the card so that no one can guess your PIN and then steal your seed phrase. So yeah, that's $40 if you bought it on its own. But like I said, if you buy the Flex or the Stacks, it comes with the wallet. Plus, you get the free Bitcoin. So you're getting up to $120 worth of free stuff, um, basically until tomorrow if you buy a Ledger wallet. Again, the link to that deal, if you just want to go check it out and just like read about it, the link to that is in the description of this video. Um, and Ledger will have more deals like that in the future, probably around the holidays, come like Christmas time. But if you are looking to get a wallet right now and secure your crypto now and not wait, you know, 4 months from now, um, it's probably the best time to do it, at least if you're buying a ledger, because they don't offer a better deal than that. So, trivial chick, travel chick, how can you find all the trades you've done on Tangem? Your best bet would be to look at the blockchain, which would consist of copying your receiving address, taking it over to Google, and then searching the blockchain explorers. For example, you could take your Ethereum address, copy it, and then go to etherscan.io, paste your address there, and you can see all your transactions. Or if you're looking to track your profit and loss as well as your cost basis, you could use something like CoinLedger. They have a free portfolio tracker, so you can look into that. Are there different types of XRP? If so, what do you recommend? There aren't different types of XRP. They're just different networks you can own XRP on. I'm personally a fan of owning crypto on their native networks, not on other networks. So, like XRP would be the XRP ledger. That's not a recommendation. I don't know a lot about XRP, but that's just my personal opinion. Is I like owning the actual native crypto, not like a wrapped version of it. Nathan, man, should I invest in XRP or stick with Bitcoin? I'm not going to give you any investment advice, and I don't recommend asking for investment advice on the internet, especially on YouTube channels or YouTube Live, where you're going to get scammed. Can you put ETF on a cold wallet? Not currently. That would require the company that offers the ETF to self custody their crypto, which I don't know if they do. And if they did, it wouldn't be in your custody. It would be in their custody. Check my poll says good idea to set up more than one off ramp on ramp to your bank. Yeah, exactly. Like just recently, I think last week, Coinbase experienced downtime. I think when Bitcoin pumped, it happens every single time, every year. That means like you literally couldn't sell your Bitcoin if you wanted to. I'm not saying that anyone's doing that. So it's a good idea to have multiple crypto exchanges set up and ready to go. That way, if you go to a website and it's down, you can use the other exchange. So I'm getting so many spam comments on my videos right now. Um, Hold on a second, please. I gotta go block some spammers on the channel, which might be kind of hard to do right now. I'll have to do it later. Esperton, dude, thank you for your patience. Of course, of course. Travel check. What is whitelisted wallet? Whitelisted wallet, like a wallet address, excuse me, would just be like it depends on what context you're talking, but basically, like it could be early access to maybe like a distribution of tokens or something like that. I don't know. It depends on the context, really. Arun Telugu Explorer says, I heard they're discontinuing the Ledger Nano S Plus. Would this happen to other models? Happen? Do we need to upgrade the next model? That's false. They are not discontinuing the Ledger Nano S Plus. They completely support the Ledger Nano S Plus. You are referring to the Ledger Nano S, which they stopped making years ago, or at least like a year or two ago. Um, and it will still work. They just don't support firmware updates for it. In terms of like how often you should buy a new cold wallet, it really depends on how quickly the space is evolving. It's only worth it if there's new technology to be had, right? Because most of the wallets on the market today offer like similar technology. So unless there's something new and groundbreaking, and that could be in the form of security or just blockchain infrastructure or usability, uh, um, there's no reason to upgrade your cold wallet. And just unless something changes and like, we really have to, but until that happens, I'd say you're pretty good just using whatever wallet you're currently using and stay on top of the firmware updates. Junior, which cold wallet would be ideal for DeFi liquidity pools? Probably something that could easily connect to the DeFi space. So really any wallet that supports multi cryptocurrencies. So Trezor, one key. I think any of those wallets would be fine. Lino Tom. If I transfer to my Tangem from a European registered exchange Binance, and then also from a US registered Uphold, what should I consider in terms of KYC tax or whatever fiscal control? So the actual act of transferring to your cold wallet doesn't matter. There's no limitations from the cold wallet side when transferring to a cold wallet. It's your own wallet, it's your own bank. So there's no limitations on it. It's not going to know the difference between if you're transferring from an exchange in Europe or one in the US. Um, Now, when it comes to like taxes and stuff, that's not something I can advise you on. I would suggest reaching out to someone who knows a little bit more about taxes, get some professional advice. And in terms of KYC, again, there's no KYC when dealing with a cold wallet. Um, from the exchange aspect, it'd be whatever their requirements are. But as far as sending crypto to your cold wallet, there's no limitations. from the cold wallet side. It's your bank. You're in control. Cody says Walmart accepts Bitcoin, but tap and wait 30 minutes for the transaction to go through. Laugh allow. XRP is a future, not financial advice. Yeah, like at this point where crypto's at, it's just not like a good form of payment. And again, who's going to want to spend their Bitcoin? Or I'm sure people who are bullish on XRP are not wanting to spend it at the store on groceries. So, Fuzzy Wolf, besides Kraken, Gemini, and Coinbase, what are some other tier one exchanges you think would be worth looking into? I mean, really any of them. You can just type it in. I'll do it right now on Google. Tier one. And tier one crypto exchanges just means that they are basically that they play by the rules, at least the best that they can, and that they have a high trading volume. They technically have like a better reputation versus smaller exchanges um, doing less trading volume. That's really all a tier one crypto exchange is. Would I put all my trust into a tier one exchange? Absolutely not. It doesn't really mean anything. It just means they have the higher trading volume. But here I'm looking right now. So some other ones that you could look into. I've heard good things about OKX. Crypto.com is another one. You could do Bybit, but we all know what happened to Bybit this year. The CEO signed over $1.5 billion worth of ETH using a using a multi-sig wallet. Um, so not sure if you want to trust even buying crypto on that platform, but definitely one to look into. Is Binance US any good? I haven't used Binance US, so I can't say from personal experience. I know Binance is the most popular crypto exchange in the world. As far as the US platform, I can't comment on it. How do I send Velo from Uphold to Tangem? You have to first go into your Tangem wallet, go to the settings, go to the Manage Tokens tab, search for Velo there, enable it, and then go back to your tokens page, copy the receiving address, and then you'll take that receiving address over to Uphold, where you'll hit send, paste the receiving address, enter in how much you want to send, and then you confirm the transfer, and there you go. Carl said, "Is six tantrum cards, two wallets overkill for loss protection?" I don't think it's overkill. So you're gonna do three cards per wallet, so two wallets total. I don't think so. Also worth considering if you're using a seed phrase in your Tangem wallet, you can create as many backups as you want because a seed phrase is your backup. Um, so I don't think it's overkill at all. If you're going to use a seedless, going to set up Tangem as a seedless wallet, then I definitely recommend choosing the three card option. Um, because then you have that one extra backup and you can't know your keys. That said, if you are buying multiple Tangent wallets or just any Tangent wallet, Carl, don't forget my discount code Cyberskrilla, which is the name of this channel, but it's all one word. The discount code Cyberskrilla will get you 10% off your entire order right now. Actually, it always does. It goes away. Junior says I have to use BNB network. Um, Yeah, so if Uphold is telling you that you have to use BNB network, then you need to enable Velo on Tangem via the BNB network. I don't know if that's available because I don't have access to my Tangem app right now. Um, but as long as you're sending Velo to Tangem on the BNB network by enabling the Velo BNB coin, then you're going to be safe. I would recommend sending a small amount first to test it before sending it all. Text my pulse. So old school trustless situation. Is deleting a trusted or a tested MetaMask wallet and storing written down keys securely a viable, safe off-grid method for long-term storage? Not in my opinion, for a couple reasons. You don't know if the internet connected device you're using right now, whether that be a phone or computer, if it has malware. So just generating your keys on that device could be a risk. Um, And then I'd also question, like, how are you going to manage your crypto when that time comes? Even if you delete the app from, let's say, your computer, and then you have to, eventually log back in and enter your keys back into the computer at some point to manage your crypto, that's a risk as well. That's why cold wallets aren't just for storing your keys offline safely, but they're also for managing your keys safely because it manages them in an offline environment where you could never do that with a wallet like MetaMask. Peace of mind. Thanks for taking the time to answer these questions. It's been helpful. Happy to help. Lemon Lucas, do you have to pay taxes on crypto? In the United States, the IRS says you do have to pay taxes on crypto. You can go to the IRS website and see what is classified as a taxable event. But basically, anytime you dispose of an asset, which could be trading one crypto for another, selling your crypto for fiat, um, giving your crypto to someone in exchange for a product or service, those are all technically disposing of your crypto, which would trigger a taxable event. Where things like simply transferring your crypto from one wallet to another would not be taxable. Also, I'm not a tax advisor. I've only been filing my own crypto taxes for the last like 5 years, so I do know a little bit. But as far as like laws and regulations, you should definitely talk to a professional. So Charades said hi. What's up, travel chick? I know the feeling. Jake Vogel, is it fine? Is it fine? I do not have a seed phrase. I know I can't lose all three of my cards. That's only you can decide that. If you don't have a seed phrase for your Tangem wallet, just know you are solely reliant on the physical Tangem cards. Um, and it's not just about losing your cards. Like the Tangem cards, even though they're very basic tech, it just has a chip and an antenna. It could still fail, right? Like it is technology. That's why like seed phrases is very like it's just like it's your words and a piece of paper, preferably a piece of metal, right? And so it's not like that's gonna fail. That's why I like knowing my seed phrases. I'll always have access to my crypto. Let's see. Love the initiative of having live support. Keep it going regularly. It's a great way to connect with you and appreciate your patience and knowledge. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad that you find this valuable. I was hoping that I could provide value to at least one person. So hopefully, yeah, if this has been helpful. If it has been, I'll definitely do more live streams in the future. Lemon says, or Lemon, sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I try my best to say names correctly. I've learned a lot from you. Thank you. Thank you. John says, would it be wise to buy the store my XRP on the XRP ledger? Um, I, I don't think it's a bad idea to buy your XRP on the network that it was natively created on. No. Early's one. Do you recommend what's up, Skrilla? Do you recommend Decent wallet for cryptocurrencies? I do not recommend Decent. It's not a wallet that I'll ever recommend probably unless they open source their code. So I've talked about this a few times, but Decent is a completely closed source company, meaning we can't verify any of the claims they make are true because their code used to make their products and their software are kept private. So there's no way that we can verify that it's safe to use or anything like that. And the reason you see so many YouTubers talk about Decent and recommend it is because Decent pays YouTubers or influencers literally just videos. When they reached out to me to do it, they offered me $50 per video. I don't think I declined. I don't think I said shove it. I just didn't respond because that's not something I'm into doing. But if you see a lot of videos about Decent or promoting Decent, it's because um, the YouTubers, they get paid one to publish a video, and then they get paid an additional commission if you purchase the wallet through their link, which there's nothing wrong with that, because that's how I make my money is, if you buy a wallet through my link, I get a small commission at no additional cost to you. But I've never been paid to make a specific video about a product or to say something specific about a product. I don't think that's very genuine. And I think that's one reason why we see a lot of videos about Decent being like a good wallet. But it's not a wallet that I'd ever recommend to my audience unless they open source their code, at least the important parts like the key generation and stuff. So, second mouse DRM, yo, thanks. Thank you, sir, or madam, or whatever you are. So if you initially set up a Tangent wallet without a seed phrase, can you make one? Jake, you can't. You can't make one because you've already once you make a wallet, there's no going back. It's already created on the blockchain. if you set up your Tangem wallet without a seed phrase, I have a video for you. Or if you set up a Tangem wallet without a seed phrase and you want a seed phrase, you can do it. You just have to create a new Tangem wallet. Now, there's a right and a wrong way to do that because you have to factory reset the entire wallet. And if you factory reset your seedless wallet with crypto on it, you'll lose all your crypto. So there is a correct way to do this. And I break that down in this video. Um, it's called set up your Tangem seed phrase, set up your Tangem Without a seed phrase quick fix. In this video, I break down step by step how to reset it and add a seed phrase to it and how to do it safely without losing your crypto. So that's something you want to do. Go watch that video. Tammy, the TINS unit will help with pain immediately. Um, oh, like a topical. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, yesterday I messed up my back, guys, and um, I couldn't even turn over. I had to sleep on the floor and I couldn't even roll over. Standing this morning was pretty pathetic. Took me about 20 minutes to figure out how to stand up. Right now I'm sitting in a chair, which feels okay, and it's easier to stand up, but but it hurts. But I definitely need to get up and move around for a second. So, oh my gosh. Michael says, won't Bitcoin just get faster as time goes on? People talk that all these other coins will be better because they're faster, but won't Bitcoin just get faster in the future? Um, I'm honestly not like super. I don't know enough about the Bitcoin network and its advancements to really comment on that. But from my understanding, um, it won't get faster unless something happens with the network. Because as more Bitcoin transactions are being submitted, the data is actually increasing, which would technically slow down the network. Not saying that's the case. I'm just saying that's how I see it working. So I don't see it getting faster. That's why they've had to create like other networks, like the Lightning Network and stuff. So. Early's one. Which wallet would you recommend for HBAR? I would recommend Tangem, which let me just double check Tangem supports HBAR. I actually meant to say Ledger, but Tangem might support HBAR too. I think they both support HBAR. Early's one. Is this your first cold wallet? Or is this is this your first time using a crypto wallet in general? So it looks like Ledger. Let's see, Ledger. Is this offered? Okay. Looks like Ledger supports HBAR, so that's one option. Let me check and see if Tangem supports HBAR. I'm like 99% certain it does. Yeah, Tangem does too. So early, if this is your first cold wallet or your first introduction to crypto wallets, I would recommend Tangem personally. It's the most user-friendly wallet, as long as you don't mind using it with your phone. You have to have an iOS or Android mobile device that is NFC compatible, which is like the same technology that Apple Pay uses. This is the Tangem wallet. So all you need to use it is your phone and the Tangem app, one of my favorite wallets. And I have a bunch of videos on my channel if you want to learn more. You just type in Tangem Wallet on YouTube, or you just go to my channel and go to the playlist and go to the Tangem Wallet playlist. You'll find all my videos there to literally answer every single question you have about that wallet. That'd be the wallet I recommend if you're just starting out. If you're a little more experienced, I would go with something like the Ledger Flex or Ledger Stacks, which works with both mobile and desktop devices. This is my favorite Ledger wallet. It's the Ledger Flex. Um, And if you're just joining, and sorry to those of you who have been here since the beginning or whatever, um, but I'd just like to comment on this deal that Ledger has because it's the best deal of the year. But tomorrow's the last day you can take advantage of this deal. And the deal that I'm about to tell you is linked in the description of this live stream if you want to check it out while I'm talking about it. But Ledger is having their biggest deal they've ever had. You could buy a Ledger Stacks wallet, you get $80 worth of free Bitcoin. If you buy a Ledger Flex wallet, you get $70 worth of free Bitcoin. If you buy a Nano X, you get or I'll show you the Nano X, you get $50 worth of free Bitcoin. This is the Nano X. Or if you buy the Nano S Plus, you get $30 worth of free Bitcoin, which is kind of like the Nano X. But also the Ledger Flex and Stacks models, which are the two touchscreen models, They now come with the Ledger Recovery Key, which is a new product offered by Ledger. This is usually 40 bucks on its own, but it comes with the wallet. So not only do you get the free 70 or $80 worth of Bitcoin, but you get the free recovery key. And this basically allows you to copy your seed phrase to this secure card, which is protected by a PIN that you create. And that way, if you ever need to recover your wallet, you just scan it. You just scan your Ledger Flex or Stacks wallet, enter your PIN, and you gain access to it, um, which is like a really cool product that I think was a smart move that they introduced. So yeah, it's either Tangem or Ledger. And if you want to check out that deal with Ledger, the link is in the description of this live stream. Someone asked, should we just abandon Coinbase at this point, in your opinion? I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I've made two videos on why I don't use Coinbase. Um, and yeah, I do not use Coinbase anymore. I won't touch them. So that's just my experience, in my opinion. Colin Knight says, your video on creating a passphrase on Tangem. I know I have to import a seed phrase, but can I create a new passphrase with the imported seed phrase, or must the seed phrase already have a passphrase included? Colin, you can create a new passphrase. The way that works is when you go to import your seed phrase, when you're setting up the Tangent wallet, it asks you, the top section asks you to enter your seed phrase, and below that is where you enter your passphrase. You would just enter whatever you want your passphrase to be, just enter it at that point, and that will create the passphrase wallet. So even if you don't have a passphrase, just enter whatever you want it to be, and it will create it for you. Eric John said, I'm not sure how to send my crypto back to the exchange. Um, did you send your crypto to your wallet? Because it's the exact same process, but in reverse. You log into your exchange, you copy the receiving address from the crypto exchange, then you go back to your cold wallet, you hit the send button, you paste the receiving address from the exchange, enter the amount of crypto you want to send, hit send, and it's as easy as that. Um, Also, if you just type in how to send crypto to an exchange on YouTube, one of my videos should pop up and I'll walk you through it step by step in that video. Travel Chick says, find a good chiropractor. I've gone to chiropractors for years. They don't fix the problem in my experience. Esperton says, CBD oil, just saying my dad uses it and loves it. A lot of you probably don't know my history, but I worked in the marijuana industry for several years. I was heavily involved in it legally, and I'm don't believe CBD oil is super effective in my experience and research. That said, maybe it works for some people. It's not something that ever worked for me, and I do have a lot of experience in that industry. Um, so I wish it did work for me, but yeah, it just is not something that is very helpful. Do red light therapy helps with pain and stiffness. I've never tried that, but yeah, it might be something I should check out. Cody says it's only a matter of time with the path you're on until we hit 1 million subs. The honest nature and info you provide to this community is much appreciated. Plus, these Q&A provide great peace of mind. Thank you, Cody. Um, like I've mentioned before, like we just hit 100K subscribers on the channel, which is awesome. I get my YouTube plaque tomorrow, which is cool. But it's such a vanity metric. Like the coolest thing about this is like what we're doing right now is sitting here using the internet to talk to each other, and we're like we live all around the world. We all live different lives and have different experiences, and here we are coming together on these devices and talking to each other. I think it's incredible, and that we can help each other and share laughs together. Like that's the true craziness of just YouTube as a platform and kind of what we're doing right here. So the subscribers are cool. It is a vanity metric, but I mean it's cool. It's never been the goal though. The goal has always been to just help people because I've been in the same situation as a lot of you, and I've learned from my experiences, and I can use this platform to help you. So and God has just blessed me with the ability to do this full time. So yeah, here we are. But 1 million subscribers on the channel, I wouldn't be complaining. The second mouse, I'm like 6 months into crypto. My research led me to Tangem. It sounds like you've been doing the right research then. because a lot of people who are into crypto, about only 10% of crypto investors own a cold wallet. So if you own a cold wallet, or if you're already researching cold wallets, then you're ahead of most people, at least security wise. So good job. Aspartan says Tangem supports HBAR. Have it in my wallet. Thank you for clarifying. Checks my pulse. Make sure to do some stretching, then heat to cold compress. Stay mobile. Man, I'm trying to stay mobile. I am. Once I get off this live stream, I can do some more stretches. Tangem definitely has HBAR, so there we go. Another HBAR confirmation. Early's, this is your first cold wallet, so I'd probably go with Tangem. Unless you really want to use your wallet with your computer, then I would go with the Ledger Flex. Otherwise, Tangem is a really user-friendly wallet. Jake says, what if someone found out my access code but didn't have one of my cards? Well, the access code is card specific, so it's not going to do anyone good if they don't have your physical cards. The access code is not your seed phrase. The seed phrase is the master key to your wallet. Anyone who gets your seed phrase can access your crypto, whether they have your physical wallet or not. The access code is device specific, and secures your physical card. So that's kind of the difference there. If they did have your access code in one of your cards, then yes, they could manage your crypto. Early's one, yeah. Check out Tangem. Just type in Tangem Wallet review and watch my most recent Tangem Wallet review is I've been using Tangem Wallet for 2 years. Here's my review or something like that. Go check out that video as well as my recent video where I answer 40 plus Tangem Wallet questions. That should probably answer any questions you have. Again, if you just go to my channel and click on the playlist section and then choose the Tangem playlist, um, you could probably spend all day there, but it's going to answer literally every single question you have about Tangem. And by the time you're done watching those videos, you'll know as much as me about Tangem Wallet before you even get one. So, Farouk, I recently subscribed and thought you always did these live streams. Please keep doing them as crypto tech support is hard to find. Yeah, that's a good point, and it's a really good point. Crypto tech support. Now, I'd say real crypto tech support is hard to find. Crypto tech support is everywhere. It's just they're all scammers. Like if you go and post on like Twitter or something and you mention a word like scam, you get flooded with a bunch of scam bots that'll say, "Oh, I can help you," and then you reach out to them and they're like, "Send me 5,000 XRP and you'll get 10,000 in return." So yeah, it's a good point. I appreciate you watching the channel. Travel check. Why doesn't Tangem support SHX? And do you know wallets that do? I don't know why it doesn't support SHX, and I have no idea what that even is. So I can't tell you. The best way to like find what wallet supports what cryptocurrency is just search Google. That's kind of how I find them. Um, Also, travel chick, you said Tangem doesn't support SHX. If by SHX you mean Stronghold, it does. It supports Stronghold on Ethereum and Stellar. And I could show you. This is on their website. I typed in X, and it supports it right here on Ethereum and Stellar. You just go to tangem.com. You can search their page, and you just scroll down about halfway until you see the access. And here you can search for any crypto. And if you are considering getting a Tangem wallet, I'm just going to show you right now. Um, let's see here. If you enter this code, I'll even show you. Like you just enter the code, the promo code right here. Just type in Cyber Skrilla, and it'll instantly apply a 10% off. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Hold on. Okay, let's try again. Okay, there we go. It'll instantly apply 10% off to your entire order if you order a Tangem wallet or multiple Tangem wallets. So as you can see, you save a bit of money. So FYI, but it does support SHX if you're talking about Stronghold. Lino says, "What if by any reason you must change to other phones, numbers, and/or country?" Lino, are you talking about Tangem? It doesn't matter. Like cold vaults aren't connected to. They don't rely on your phone or your phone number or anything like that. You don't even enter any of that information. In the case of Tangem, let's say you lose your phone or it blows up in your hand and, hopefully it doesn't hurt your hand. You could still access your Tangem wallet by getting a new phone. Process is really simple. You would just get the new phone, you download the Tangem app, you scan one of your cards, doesn't matter which one, and then you enter the access code for your card and you're good to go. You got access to your wallet again. So, Jake, where do you recommend holding the seed phrase? I use a metal seed phrase plate like this one. I have multiple seed phrase plates. You can get these on Amazon. If you like this one, this is called the Keystone Tablet Plus. It supports holding a 24-word seed phrase or two 12-word seed phrase. You just type in Keystone Tablet Plus on Google, and then you'll go to the Keystone One website, and you could buy it there. And you could use my code Cyberskrilla for some kind of discount. I don't know how much they're giving right now, but between 5 and 12%. Win Visa Tangem by the end of the year, but only in select countries, Europe and the UK first, I believe. Peace of mind. Technology is amazing. Yes, it is. Technology really is amazing, guys. Could also be used for good and bad, just like anything, right? Hot packs or a belt will get the best results in relieving your pain. Worked for many people I know. Okay, I'll definitely look into that. Thank you. John, I've already answered your question like 3 times now regarding the XRP on the XRP ledger. It's fine to buy XRP on its native network XRP ledger. Can I use Tangent to store and forget it long term? You can, um, but it's just like a hard question to answer because we don't know the future. Like we could wake up tomorrow and all the cold wallets on the market are obsolete because the blockchain infrastructure changed or something happened. In theory, yes, Tangent is a good long-term wallet, especially because there's no battery, there's no firmware updates, so it's one of the best wallets. But again, that doesn't mean that it's going to always be the best wallet. And that's true for any wallet. Let's see. Carl says, thanks for the info. Two of my three original cards work perfect. Third is not functional. So why I asked about additional backups using the seed phrase. Thank you again. Yeah, definitely. And that's why I'm saying when you rely on the technology, it does fail sometimes. So that's why I like having the seed phrase, Carl. It's a good point. Having trouble transferring Axler from Coinbase to Tangent, is there something that needs to be done for that differently? I would need more info. If you've recently bought it, there could be a hold on your crypto. You might have to wait till that hold is up. Smoke Jensen, it really just depends. Jake says, once you send crypto from Coinbase to Tangem through app, it's safe. I know crypto's on the blockchain, but no one can hack unless they have cards and access code, obviously better than storing on Coinbase. Yeah, once you move your crypto from your Coinbase account to your cold wallet account, it is then secure because the thing that makes your crypto secure is when your keys are secure because the keys are what let you manage your crypto. So when you're securing your crypto, what you're really securing are the keys to your crypto. And the difference between Coinbase is that they hold the keys for you, so you don't actually own or control your crypto. And they also hold a lot of their keys in hot wallets, which are prone to malware and hacks, which is why so many crypto exchanges have been hacked in the past. Whereas with a cold wallet like Tangem, not only do you own the keys yourself and are in full control, but they're also stored offline in a secure environment away from malware and hacks. So yeah, once you send crypto from your Coinbase address to your Tangem wallet address, that's when it's considered secure. Is the Tangerine tech reliable? Yes, I've had my Tangerine since it first came out. I've traveled to multiple countries with it. It's great, especially if you like to travel or live an active lifestyle. And I've never had any issues with it. There were some issues with the early batches, I think like shattering or something. I saw a couple reports of, but since then they've worked out the manufacturing issues, and all the current rings that are shipping out should be good to go. John says, does Tangem support XRP? Yes, it does. Tangem or Arculus, which do you like better? Tangem by far. The user interface is better. I like the just the company better in general. Tangem is really receptive to customer feedback. Arculus, I have an Arculus wallet. Not a huge fan of the app. Um, and I believe they're 100% closed source, which is a no-no for me. At least with Tangem, their app is 100% open source, whereas Arculus is not. But if someone finds your keystone, they can get your seed phrase. Yep, exactly. The seed phrase is a master key to your crypto wallet, guys. If anyone gets your seed phrase, it's game over. That's when it comes to crypto security, your main goal is to protect your key. It's really that simple. Any other wallet you use? Use a lot of wallets. I use Tangem, Ledger, Trezor, and One Key are probably my top wallets. And some like I like the Engrave wallet. I don't use it as often, but Engrave is super solid. Cody says, "Do you recommend biometrics when signing transactions on Tangem? And what happens if you lose a finger required to sign the transaction? Is this more of a risk than a safety feature?" That's really up to you. And the biometrics that I use isn't it's not a fingerprint scanner. It's facial recognition. So you could say, well, your face could get messed up, and that could be a risk too. But ultimately, as long as you have your seed phrase, it's not going to matter because again, the seed phrase is the ultimate key to your wallet. So even if you lose biometric access or lose your wallet, that doesn't matter at the end of the day, as long as you have your seed phrase. Smoke Jensen, it has been a few months. Says it isn't supported when trying to send. Shoot, I already figure out what you're referring to. Smoke. Oh, your Axler from Coinbase to Tangem. It has been a few months. Says it. So where is it saying it's not supported on Coinbase or Tangem? Because you would have to first enable Axler on Tangem before you could send it. So if Tangem doesn't support that coin, then you won't be able to send it. Benton Earth Guy, random back pain as a result of inflammation, which is a result of bodybuilding of toxins, juicy and X. Yeah, I don't disagree with that flat Earth guy, but this was not random. This was from lifting something out of my truck yesterday. I was lifting a stroller out and I lifted it weird, and I already have a bad back from an old injury, so I guess I lifted it far away from my body, so it wasn't like close in. I lifted it far away, up like this, and then 40 minutes later, I was just hit with an excruciating pain. So that's where I went wrong. Um, I'm gonna answer a couple more, specifically the Wef Pasty. Who's a bigger name in crypto, Brian Armstrong or Mickey Malka? I would say Brian Armstrong for sure. Also, another thing I want to, what if customer support needs your seed phrase? Guys, never, ever share your seed phrase. No one will ever need your seed phrase for anything. If anyone asks you for your seed phrase, they're scamming you. No one needs your seed phrase. There will never be a situation where someone needs your seed phrase unless you want them to steal your crypto from you. That's the only situation. So be aware of that. Um, Telugu Explorer, will quantum computing have the ability to break or decipher codes in the future? Would it be able to break through the cold wallets easily? So I made a video on this. If you want to look, if you want to go watch it, it's called just type in quantum computing cold wallets on YouTube. I made a video on this. If quantum computing gets to the point where it can it's not going to be cold wallets that is hacked. It's going to be the entire blockchain network. Cold wallets simply implement the technology that these blockchains use. So it would be the entire crypto network. So wallets wouldn't even matter then because the entire network would be compromised. So it would be the network that would need to be that would need to quantum proof, not the wallet, because the wallets just implement the technology that these networks use. So Walter, my favorite exchange is Kraken. Never give your seed phrase. Yep, back pain sucks. All right, guys, it is late. I've been on here for like what, 3 hours. It's been fun. Thank you all for joining, but I got to end this live stream. I got to go do some stretches because my back is killing me. I'll see y'all on the flip side. God bless. God loves you. And peace out.